And Astra did get a sending spell off to her brother Klaus and the Dreadwatch. So they know about the vampires, and he said that he would investigate for us. Also, the audio that I'm currently on my phone's Discord, my audio on my laptop is just going burp. So nothing seems to be freezing yet, but if I suddenly fall off roll 20, that's why. Probably.
All right, so yeah, Astrid's brother would be trying to find out what he can about Anna Maria, the vampire that Malcolm told you was in Isilra. As also, he stated that last he knew, Silas was also missing.
And then it was him and one other one, I believe, here still, right? In Taldore?
Malcolm was still there. I mean, technically, he wasn't on Taldore when you found him, but close enough. And Leviticus, the original vampire, he believed was still.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I have is Leviticus, Anna Maria, Larescu, and Silas are still here in the prime material plane. And we know that Anna Maria and Silas are probably both in Isilra. No, Anna Maria.
Mm-hmm.
And Silas, yeah.
Leviticus is on Taldore.
Yeah. So, well, as much as Malcolm knows.
Yeah.
So, as you approach Iman on the ship, everybody but Richter do a perception check.
One thing is, Astrid would also send Near out as far as he can go. Should she make her own perception
At
check?
this point, you're probably still a good few miles away, so...
Okay.
So all looking together, those are all pretty good rolls except for Lara there, so... but with advantage, you would have done well. So we'll just say with everybody together. You notice a couple of things. You do see, and this is sort of a progressive perception check. So this is as you're looking and watching as you get closer and closer. From a distance, you only see sort of like one bright spot in near the docks. So it does appear to be a singular, but to be able to see it from that distance, fairly large fire. However, as you start to get closer, and the day is starting, it's evening, but it is almost daybreak at this point. You were all brought to the deck by the ringing bells. So there's a little bit of sunlight sort of peeking up above the horizon there. But as you slowly get closer, you notice that while it does appear to be a singular fire, you can see throughout the entire city there appears to be smoke. So it doesn't look like there is... It looks like at the very least there were many more fires that are not currently burning, but were burning at one point recently, as you see lots and lots of smoke from different areas of the city. And one of the other things that you all notice is that from the direction that you're coming, you can see what appears to be sort of in the back half of the city. You see, it's not quite dome shaped, but you see what appears to be some type of, best you could all tell, some type of magical barrier that is surrounding the back half of Iman. So, as you all, I'll just move you to the Iman map, and then hopefully you all can see the outline that I drew there.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, that area is all essentially covered with a magical barrier. Anything surrounding the green there?
Well, and that wouldn't technically cover our
It would not. No.
No, I think our keep's a little bit outside.
Yeah, it's right there. Basically, right above where like the K is in Skyport. Probably a little bit north of that. Pretty close to the wall, essentially to the where the military district is. So as you approach and go into dock, you can see that the fire itself seems to have been put out. So you do, you see people rushing around, but you all, in addition to those perception checks, if anybody is proficient in medicine or nature, you can roll one of those.
Would they have come to get me, or would they have left me down?
It's up to everybody else. I don't think
Probably
any-
would have
I
sent
can't-
someone down.
I can't go down there.
Considering the time it took us to get him to dock, either I went down or I sent a crew member down.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll do a nature.
Astrid and Zameen, you get a fairly strong smell that you know that it's kind of like cooked meat, but also you can smell like that horrible like burnt hair smell. So, and you know that in this general area of the port there aren't a whole lot of animals. So the assumption would be that there have been a fair amount of people, and this is, you can't necessarily tell if this is directly from the fire that you saw that was just put out, but you can just see that there is smoke all throughout.
Yeah, I'm used to the smell of singed hair due to my thunder.
So yeah, but you can make the assumption that these were not harmless fires, and that people probably were at the very least injured.
And I'm gonna communicate that to, I don't know who, if was a crew member sent down, or no, he's already up here. So I'm just gonna communicate that, I guess, between me and Astrid to the rest of the group, that it seems like these fires, whatever they are, there are a lot of dead.
Just looking as we like get closer and closer, is the barrier something that I've ever seen or heard or read about?
Do a history check.
I mean, that's a pretty big fucking barrier.
Well, I mean, Richter would have
Yeah.
been in Whitestone when they were holding up the barrier for the Chroma Conclave and stuff. So.
Well, and they also have had a barrier, I think, in Iman.
Not good.
Since
It's
we've been
magical.
here.
I mean, you're familiar with like you recognize that is a magical barrier.
Yeah.
Design, you would recognize that it's not the same as what was used in Whitestone, because Whitestone was used to basically mask things. It was basically used to hide. This,
Oh, so we could see through this one? It's like translucent?
yeah, you can
Okay.
still see the barrier, and you can actually see that in some sections there appears to be smoke that's basically going through the barrier as well. So yeah, this is not the same thing. Whereas like they were using it to hide Whitestone so that Orgal didn't see them, but you can still see everything here. So it's a barrier of some kind. It is magical, but you're not entirely certain what the purpose of it is.
Yeah. Astrid will now send Nier out to do loops as far as he can to try and figure out if there was a source.
Okay, do a perception check.
And how large is the barrier? Like, how high does it go up into the air? Or are we too far to know?
It is pretty high because you got to remember that the Cloud Top District is also part of this.
Yeah.
And it's
Okay.
raised pretty high compared to the rest of the.
Okay.
But I would say that it's not too high off of the it's basically skimming the top of the tallest buildings in the Cloud Top District. So it's like as large as it needs to be and no larger, essentially, to cover this entire area.
Okay.
And near flying around, you see again a lot of different spots of smoke where there's been a fair amount of fire. Here's the question: do you try to fly near through the barrier?
How far can he get?
I think he can go as far as anything, as
Oh
far as he
yeah,
wants.
yeah.
But I don't know how long. I think you can only see what 100 feet.
Well, here's the thing. It,
Yeah.
it depends. How are we playing it? Because I know on Critical Role, when you have Find Familiar, Caleb's able to see perpetually through the eyes of the creature, but can only communicate telepathically to it up to a certain amount. So he can still see through it, but he can't communicate commands.
Yeah, you're basically gonna have to give it its marching orders before it goes out of range.
Well, regardless, Amon isn't as long as I thought it was. So she would send him to loop here, get close to it and fly over it, and then try to go in. So see as much as possible before attempting.
Assume we're doing this as we're disembarking from the ship.
Yeah.
Are there any fires still about that I can help, or any like smoke still about? Because I can use like wind to get rid of some of the smoke, or I can use water to try and get rid of some of the fire.
There's nothing currently like on fire, but there is lots of smoke throughout the city.
Any hurt people around,
Yeah, any alive
or
but
panicked
hurt
people that can tell us what happened.
Give me one sec. So Near flying around, notices that there are. It seems the majority of the fire and what appears to be damage to buildings. A lot of it seems to be located in the Cloud Top district. For the most part, the promenade and the erudite quarter where the Lyceum is and the Temple district, they all appear to be relatively untouched. The port, the central district, and some bits of the military district do appear to have suffered some damage and have some fires. But the Cloud Top district appears to be the heaviest hit. And as he flies down into the barrier, he winks out of existence.
She'll attempt to poof him into her hand.
He was essentially dead, so you'd have to recall him.
Okay. So that when she realized that, she's like, oh, that barrier seems to be anti-magical or something. Whoops. And she will relay what she saw in terms of the damage and such.
Oh, you were gone?
Yes, apparently that barrier is very much not good for familiars.
Oh, poor bird.
Well, if the Cloud Top district is the most hit, our keep is very close to that. We may be able to try and communicate to somebody and get them to tell us what happened. I still have sending as well. Is anyone hurt around here? Like, and I'm searching for anyone who's either hurt or like literally near death, and I can like spare the dying on them.
There's not. This fire does not appear to. It's hard to tell exactly where this or why this one started, but this, as you're looking around, it's almost like they're treating it as a routine fire. The rest of these fires that Near saw appear to, it's mostly smoldering ruins essentially. The rest of these fires, except for the one that you just saw, appear to have happened some time ago. Obviously not so far that they're not still smoldering, but any injuries or anything like that would have already been taken care of.
Yeah, I think I'll go with Dace looking for someone to see if they know what's happened.
We could also check with I forget her name, at the Dragon's Bane Inn.
Melora.
You're talking about
Yeah,
Gabby.
I'm Gabby.
I'm gonna send, I guess, sending to the head of the military guy,
Okay.
Kincaid, and
Yeah.
ask him if he knows what happened. We just got back into the port of Amman, and everything's on fire, and we don't know what's going on.
Before you send that, Astrid will say it may not work because of is the Cloud Top district and military district are both under
Oh.
the barrier.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay.
Wouldn't hurt to
well,
try though. He may be outside
well-
the barrier.
He would be inside the barrier. He would either be in the Cloud Top or he'd be in the military district readying troops. I think that they would definitely want to protect him, so I'm not gonna waste the spell on that.
Well, we can go check in with Gabby and Perha is there.
Also, does anyone know what happens if we try and walk through? I mean, we all have magic items on us. Does it invalidate the magic or does it destroy it?
We're not sure about that.
Matt, as they're having this conversation, Richter's going to cast Fly In. Go up to the north. Just head away.
Okay.
My destination is going to be the temple where we found our Nimblewright. Because if I recall correctly, that was kind of close to where all this is happening, like the military district and stuff.
Yeah,
Is
it
there-
was really close.
Is there
It's, like,
anyone
over in the
alive?
right corner.
Is there anyone alive around that Lilith and I can talk to?
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. What's happened? We've just come back, arrived in port, and there seems to be a lot of fires and a dome.
Relay to you that this person says that it happened again, and they showed up and attacked the city.
Who? Who attacked the city?
And well, if you would recognize when he starts explaining that there was a flash of darkness and people started running and there was attacks and things were set on fire and it was chaos, and nobody's really sure, at least these people are not sure exactly what happened because they weren't really there. The port was not specifically attacked.
Well, thank you very much for what you could tell us. Dace, I have a good idea what it is. Let's get
Find
back
the
to
city
the
guard?
others.
What do they mean it happened again? What darkness?
Previously, Imon was, I wouldn't say attacked previously, but suffered events like this before, where dragon eggs were stolen by dragon cultists. So,
Interesting.
if this has happened again, it seems like the cultists are back and this time attacking.
That means that they're gaining strength somewhere. They're feeling bold. That's not a good sign.
So it might be best for us to leave the port, head to the central district, and
Yes,
see.
let's go check on our keep, make sure everything's okay, and see if we can contact somebody that knows. It looks like Richter took off. I don't know where he's going, but hopefully he'll come back with some answers.
Yeah, just as a point of what I think is quite humorous, everybody sent all these sending spells, and one person that you didn't send anything to or ask anything of was Ilbrin, who's been sitting in your house the whole time.
Hey, don't look at me. I can't sending. I'm like, I can't just will.
I forget about him sometimes. I guess I could.
Does the meeting even really know him? Oh yeah, you've lived with us. I was gonna say that you know him well enough, but he's been in the house. I forgot.
Yeah, and he's taking care of my bird. So I guess I didn't use the last sending spell because Astrid got to me before I could actually cast it. So I could use sending to ask him while we're on our way, if he knows what happened and if the house is all right.
Just looking at his character sheet to see what else he had to. So he can't talk back to you, but or I mean he can't send any messages to you on his own.
But he can reply.
Yeah, he could reply. I was just seeing if there was anything that he could have done, like if he would have been able to, like, when stuff was happening, if he could have, because that would have been a plot hole. If he could have told you and didn't. But thankfully, he doesn't have that ability, so I don't have to retcon that.
Yeah, I think he had message, but I don't think he had sending.
I don't think he did. I thought
Nope, he doesn't have
Richter
message.
and I thought
He has suggestion. That's all he's got. Yeah, I'll have to probably level him up at some point too.
I was about to say, are you leveling him up?
He's currently level 6, so he's not like super far behind you, but
Also, I've changed some of my spells around when I was on the boat. But because I wasn't going to have sending because it knocked one of my other spells out, but because I was on the boat and I said on the last day I sent a sending message, I kept sending on there because continuity-wise, it would have been on there. So I took one of my other spells off. And at the top, just as a note to the DM, at the top of every time before we play, I do write down what I have in my ring, because I sometimes expend things to put other things in. So I do have certain things in my ring, and I can always tell you if you want to know which one's where, because there are things on my sheet that are highlighted, so I can use it, that aren't necessarily, like I'll have too many spells for like level 1, or too many spells for level 3 on my sheet, but it's because they're actually in the ring. So I keep track of which spells are in my ring every day that we play.
so Ilbrin just within. I mean, he can't tell you what happened in 25 words. So he basically says that the keep is fine.
That's good. Well, if there's an anti-magic barrier, at least around half of Imon, we should drop off the bag of holding and any other equipment that may be rendered useless.
Yes, can we actually... Is there any... Do we know of any banks or anything in the central district where we can sell some things really quick and then take the bag back to the keep for safekeeping and then head out and try and learn more?
I very much doubt they will be open for business after and during an attack. We may
It's
just have
probably like maybe getting close to 6 a.m. at this point.
Oh, okay.
So we may just have to put stuff in the basement or in a chest in the manor.
Yeah, and just keep some on us, and we can keep some things hidden in the keep. And then at some point we need to figure out where the hell Richter went.
Well, he headed north at the very least.
And surely with what Astrid said, he wouldn't try and fly into the barrier.
I
So
think he
either
left
went
before
to the
Astrid
keep-
said that.
Oh. So either he went to the keep, or he's flown into the barrier and fallen to death.
Well, I
The only
doubt
thing
he's
north of here...
that stupid.
Well, he did roll an 11. Haha. But maybe he went to the temples. I'm really not sure. He could have gone anywhere. But I guess we should head home.
More than likely, it's best if we stay on the main streets for now.
And if we run into anybody on the way that seems like they're having trouble or somebody's hurt that I can stabilize, I guess, should I do like a perception check or something as we're walking so I can like spare the dying or possibly give some sort of healing to people along the way if it looks... I don't know if that's perception or medicine or both.
I'll do a perception check to see if there's anybody that needs help. And Astrid, you wanted to go to the Dragon's Mane Inn, right?
She wanted to go in and see if there could get any information from there, see if Malia is there.
Where is the Dragon's Bane Inn again?
It's in the port.
Around
Oh, it's
there.
in the port. Okay, then
Yeah.
I would have gone with her, and so retroactively after we talked to the Dragon's Bane Inn, then that 22 perception would come into.
Yeah, as we're going deeper in, I'll just keep an eye out for any city guard.
So, as you make your way towards the Dragon's Bane Inn, you notice pretty quickly it's burned to the ground.
Everything in the general district?
Pretty much that building and the probably 2 or 3 buildings surrounding it. But as you see the fire, as you get further away from it, so like the buildings that are 3 or 4 rows down, essentially down the street, appear to have just surface burns and stuff. So it looks like the fire started centrally at the Dragon's Bane.
Is
that.
anyone we know still like around though, like that would have worked at the Dragon's Bane Inn that we can like possibly take to our keep or
No, I mean there's nobody standing around. This didn't happen yesterday, so.
Oh, okay.
I do hope Gabby made it out safe.
So we basically get the idea that this attack happened a few days ago.
At the very least. Because you got to remember, you guys haven't been in the Mon for about a month. Almost. Quite.
So yeah, if we're continuing on to the keep, we can look for injured people and keep an eye out for guards.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking for the injured people, so I guess somebody else can make perception for guards, because I would be more interested in making sure that anyone who is injured can help. But if I'm not seeing anybody who seems injured, then I'll start looking for guards. Because now that I know that this happened days ago.
Yeah, while you're in the port, you don't see any injured people or any city guard.
Well, and that was for my walk. The 22 was for, I thought we were walking back towards our keep. So that would have been like as we're walking back. I don't know if I need to make multiple checks because
No, I mean even going back to your keep, you don't find any. There's nobody injured. Like this, like I said, this didn't happen as you were coming into port, so there's not anybody.
And there
and
are
the guards
no
not
guards.
there. You don't notice any guard in the central district either. You actually don't notice very many people. Of course, again, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning, so there's also that. You do see a few people out and about, but not many.
Maybe we may have to go into the military district first to see what guards there are.
We may also want to check in with Ilbrun quickly. He may know exactly what happened, or at least is trying to figure out what happened, if this happened several days ago.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
All right, so you guys make your way into your keep, and Ilbrun's already down there in the bar, essentially the bar area, basically just waiting for all of you to get there. You can see over the wall, essentially to the Cloud Top district up above you, essentially where you are. As you're walking in, you can see a fair amount of smoke still billowing up. There doesn't really there only appears to be maybe like a few spots in the military district, but they are close to the cloud top district, so you can assume that it may have just been more collateral damage more than anything specifically attacking the military district. But because I don't want to RP Ilbrin, what he basically does, or what he essentially tells you, is that it's roughly about 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks, thereabouts. There was essentially an attack, but it was, from what he could gather and from what he information that he could get. Remember, Ilbrin's not exactly. He's attempting to keep a pretty low profile for the most part because he did essentially break out of prison. So he's not exactly in with anybody in the guard that he can get a whole lot of detail from. But it appeared to be essentially two separate phases of an attack. There was the initial flashes of darkness where people began to appear. It seems that anything outside of any attacks that were made or fires that were set outside of the Cloud Top district, what they can gather was more of a diversionary tactic. He doesn't have a whole lot of detail, but he heard that, and basically, he wasn't there for this, but I'm just going to assume that you all informed Ilbrin of the goings on. The vault under the Cloud Top district was robbed. What they're able to gather, what he's been able to gather through rumors and innuendos and people talking to the class that shouldn't be, that shouldn't be running their mouths about the things that the class know. Some people believe that there were sightings. Again, this is, you can't confirm this because Ilbrin didn't see it specifically.
Yeah, it's just hearsay.
But there was the belief that it was a coordinated attack, the Myriad and the Dragon Cult working together. The Myriad were the ones that were in charge of essentially stealing the horde underneath the Cloud Top district. Many people in the guard were killed, including Sawyer Kincaid. So if you had sent anything to him, you wouldn't have heard from him regardless. So that's one thing that it has been confirmed, is that defending Iman, this great hero, I mean, this is how he's been described, the leader of the military, was killed. There has been a bit of unrest among the ruling elite. A lot of people that are also upset because they believe that the Council of Iman did not do enough to protect them, given events that have happened in the past, and obviously with the Chroma Conclave, and then with these eggs being stolen, they feel that they were not prepared. So, some of the things that have happened since then is that look, my notes real quick so that I get all of this right. So, members of the Arcana Pansophical have essentially stepped in to. They're partially responsible for the magical barrier being put up. They are currently. This is another reason that Ilbrin is attempting to keep himself very low, is that the the Arcana Pensophical, what they do generally is that um, they keep tabs on everybody, essentially everybody who does magic. Um, so anyone who practices magic, they're logged, they're checked in on routinely. So like Richard would know this if he was here because that's part of the thing that you agree to as part of being a Lyceum student is that you are logged and tracked by the Pensophical. Misuse of magic is grounds for arrest and punishment outside of local law. And
So
there
it's
are,
like the Vatican.
I mean,
kind of thing.
essentially, but they're also, if you're familiar with, I mean, there's essentially, they're not exactly this, but in a lot of fantasy, sort of the fantasy tropes is that there is sort of like the mage hunters, the people that are keeping track of the people that do things, and when they do them, like in the Dragon Age world, it's like
Templars.
the Templars, exactly. So it's like those types of
Yeah.
people that are there. However, it's in some ways it's a bit hypocritical because the Arcana Pensophical themselves, they are all magic users themselves.
So they're the Ministry of Magic from Harry Potter.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. It's like it's that the idea of like it's okay for us to use magic because we can be trusted, but we can't trust all of the rest of you to do it. And there are two people in particular who are currently members of the Arcana Pensophical that are high-ranking members within Iman. One of them is Allura Vysoren. However, she hasn't been in Iman for months. The other is Varys Devana, who is the headmaster of the Lyceum. And that man is the main reason that this has happened. He is the one who called in Uric Windkeeper, who is the founder of the Pensophical. Essentially, what they've done is they have put up this barrier to keep everything under wraps. Their reasoning is just for now to make sure that nothing else happens. So they're keeping. They don't want any weird stuff going on. They don't want people to be teleporting in. They don't want anybody to do any of this crazy stuff. The only reason that the Temple District is not part of this is because the temples refused to allow it. Otherwise, it would have also been enclosed. However, they said, "Screw you, you're not doing that."
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Just a second. So, Allura Vysoren, but she hasn't been here for a while. What was the name of the guy? That is.
Varys, the guy from the Lyceum.
Yeah, he's the headmaster of the Lyceum. He's the one that you all essentially tried to. Ilbrin tried to suggest him.
Yeah, and I tried to invisibly steal something.
Yeah. So he is he's an archmage. He is the headmaster of the Alabaster Lyceum. He is a maker within the Arcana Pensophical, which means that he is someone in a high enough member to pass judgment and the oversight of the Pensophical itself. He is technically a higher rank within the Pensophical than Allura is.
Oh, and who did he bring in? I didn't get that name either.
Well, Uric Windkeeper he didn't bring Uric here. He requested essentially approval from Uric. Uric, I'll type it too. Uric Windkeeper is the founder of the Arcana Pensophical. He is an elf. He generally is in Syngorn, and he is essentially the head of the order, and he also acts as a consultant to the wardens of Syngorn. So, in addition to bringing the Pensophical's power to bear in Iman, he has also done a couple of other things. One, he has suggested that Allura be removed from the Iman Council, seeing as she has not even been here, and she was not here for this either. Nobody's really heard from her. The last that anybody knows that she went to, she'd previously spent a lot of time back and forth between Vasselheim and Iman, partially because of her wife, who's Lady Kima, who spent a lot of time in the Platinum Sanctuary in Vasselheim. So the last anybody knew, or last anybody heard from Allura, that's where she was in Vasselheim. And requests for her to return were not returned. So he is requesting that, given her absence and her lack of care for Iman, that she be removed. In addition, essentially the two highest ranking members of the military in Iman, Kincaid and his hold on a second. Kincaid and his first in command, whose name was Darrow, Darrow, they were both killed. So there's a bit of a power vacuum at the moment, as far as the military is concerned. There is no Master of Defense at the moment. And seeing as how he's requested that Allura be removed, he's put his own name forward to be the Master of Arcana as part of the council. And seeing as this is a time of war, he's also requested that he temporarily be placed in charge of the defense of Amon as well.
So
Sounds like a cup.
My character is not a fan of that. She doesn't like theocratic societies, even though she is a cleric.
So at best, it's an actual defense of the city. At worst, it sounds like a coup.
Like a cup.
Yeah, I think this really is starting to sound like somehow the Arcana Pansophical may have been infiltrated, and this is a designed coup. We need to find out more about this guy. And I don't know how we're going to if Allura isn't answering.
I mean, one thing we could do is go to the Bastille and see what's happening with the guard of the city.
But he would be in control of that right now, wouldn't he? We have no pool anymore. We don't have Kincaid. There's no one to allow us in. There's no one to help us.
I mean, we do have... where is it?
Your deputy badge.
We have
Your
deputy
badge.
badge.
That's not actually what it's called. I do appreciate that you
Yeah.
wrote it that way. But to be fair, those were also given by Kincaid, who probably didn't... It was not necessarily a official title where you were given it. It was more just a, hey, if anybody gives you any trouble, hand them this. But without Kincaid to back it up, you can certainly try without Kincaid.
Well,
I can also, as someone who is a leader of the city guard, well, at least part of the city guard, from my city, I know it's much smaller than this one, but I am a diplomat and I do have some pull as being someone who was the leader of the military in my city. I could try and look into this. They could send word to Drenna if they needed to confirm my rank. And I also have this ring, and she kind of pulls off a ring and shows it to you, and this is what I was given to prove that I am part of our military ranks there.
Well, to be fair, at best, the military of Drenna would be a militia. I mean, it's a fishing village. It doesn't really have a military.
There is a actual city guard. There's a specific group of people that look over the entire city, and it's not really militia. It's an actual I can't remember what it's called, but there is like a conclave of individuals who make all the decisions for the city, and they are not only the city guard but also the rulers of all enforcement and all that kind of stuff. And after training in Amon, she went back to Drenna and she was accepted from her family as being one of them. So she's a high-ranking military individual in Drenna. And they do actually have like a guard.
But they don't. I mean, according to the guide, the campaign setting is that there is law enforcement is largely volunteer run and internally policed by both senior enforcers and the lodge. The Sunrise Lodge
she's
is
part of the lodge.
right, but that's just like the leadership of the community. They're not military. They're community leaders, so they vote on important delegations and law-oriented decisions. I have all that. I have all that. Trust me, I've got all this stuff prepared. Yeah.
Okay.
So because there's only 2,200 people in the entirety of Drenna, so there's not really like.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if it would sway anything in Iman because my city is way smaller.
I mean, yeah, like
but...
you being like a member of the Sunrise Lodge and being essentially like, I mean, for lack of a better term, it would be essentially like being like a community elder type of thing. But Iman doesn't give a shit. I mean, like Iman's never going to ask Drenna for help for anything, so it's not like, you know, you could. It's like saying that, you know, it's like going to New York and saying that you're, you know, the community, you're the town mayor of a town of 2,000 people. Like the mayor of New York does not care.
Okay, I am pointless.
I also could speak to the Elven ambassadors. See,
and it's not that, and just to follow up, and to me, it's not that it's not pointless. It's just that in this scenario, that doesn't help. That could definitely help in other places. Just Iman is not one that you wouldn't get any special favors for that here. In other places, particularly ones around Drenna, so like Whitestone that would mean a lot more.
Well, yeah, and my family is connected to Whitestone. Which
yeah, so like in that would like, because they have connections. Iman doesn't really have any specific connections to Drenna aside from like the bringing in of food, but it's just more of a trade deal than a like sort of like political sort of thing where, you know, they don't have the like Drenna doesn't have a
Standing
conclave
army.
in, and what doesn't have like it doesn't have like a conclave in Iman, whereas like Lyrannorn and Syngorn would have places that people that represent those cities would be here, but Drenna wouldn't be one of them. But yeah, like in Whitestone and even like Stilben and Zephyra and places that around there, like that would hold standing, but it's just over here they don't really.
What about
okay.
Vasselheim?
What about it?
Someone from Vasselheim. I mean, Vasselheim is well enough known.
I mean,
yeah, but nothing's come out of Vasselheim, including Allura.
I mean, just being from Vasselheim doesn't make any difference. I mean, they get people from all over the world. So like just saying like I'm from Vasselheim, like okay, Astrid is actually yeah, Astrid is from a noble family. But again, it's like one of the big things that is like, you know, just being adventurers and stuff. I mean, you guys don't really have like you're like. You're not politicians. You don't have that way. Even if you know people, it's like, you know, you can't just walk into like all of these high-ranking places because it's like, well, I'm from this place and I know these people.
Especially when one of our friends has already tried to tackle the fucking guy who's trying to take over the city.
Nope, didn't happen. and at level 7,
and all of you, but Zameen had to be broken out of prison or
no, Rickard never went.
Released from Rickard
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Political favors.
Basically, my other character and Ilbrin, who's stuck.
No,
at home.
I mean, as in, I wasn't there to get put in prison.
Yeah. Oh, I think I actually may have told you that story before you started playing this campaign, but yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is that like, particularly in Iman, like any sort of like connections that any of you have would be very, very limited. I already probably went a little too far in letting Lalith use his sway previously. But yeah, in certain places where you are, you may like if you were in Lyrannorn, Lalith would have some sway. If you were in Drenna or the surrounding areas, Zameen might have some sway. Richter
I'm useless.
Iman wouldn't have any sway here either. I mean, none of you really have it because none of you picked those particular backgrounds of like, I am a politician. I have like
in the library inside of Whitestone, I could probably get some in a book.
Yes.
Other than that, pretty useless.
So, yeah, just to clear up, like most of those types of things are not gonna. Now you did have a good inn here. He's just dead now.
I knew I should have made a paladin. But she was gonna be from somewhere that wouldn't have helped. So since Kincaid is dead, I actually don't think that trying to approach the Cloudtopper military is a good idea right now, especially if there's a low down like takeover happening. I'm afraid we'd actually possibly get ourselves on even a worse side. I think we need to figure out the root cause of what's going on here. If the dragon cult took the eggs, I think we need to find out what's going on with this dragon cult. And also, we gave basically the key to the treasure underneath the Cloudtop district to that guy, and now it's stolen. We may be partially responsible for this, and Kincaid knew. I wonder who else he told. We could possibly be in trouble here.
I'm sorry, I don't know if anybody else, like, reading Astrid's sending. I just think of those old, like, when they send telegrams. Dragon's Bane burned down, stop. You're in a Dragon Vault, stop. Kincaid dead, stop.
And then like it like pans over to a little kid, extra.
Yeah, exactly, like the little clicking and typing it in. Yeah, just the way that was worded made me think of that, where it's like the short sentence and then like stop and then yeah.
He was trying to be as concise as possible this time.
The old school collect call. We had a baby, it's a boy.
Yeah, exactly. So I actually got distracted and did not complete all of the things that that Ilbrin was able to tell you as well. Two other things. Gabby from the Dragon's Bane Inn did survive. However, to follow up on the all the things that was being what you guys were calling a potential coup. What Varys was also instructing was that people who were suspected of using magic that were not registered, so essentially doing quote-unquote illegal magic, were all being rounded up. So two people in particular that you know were arrested, and Ilbrin was able to also spy how these things were done. They have these. He thought that maybe they were actually wardens of Syngorn. He did not recognize exactly. Like they were not Iman military, but there was another. He wasn't aware that the Pansophical had any particular sort of a military arm or anything like that. But there were people that were going around kicking in doors and arresting people and using anti-magic shackles essentially to arrest people and keep them from so they're actually adamantine manacles that they use. I believe this is actually not technically in 5th edition, but it is in 3rd edition. The anti-magic shackles.
We've already seen that in the campaign that they're running in Exandria. That
because they used it on people from. So, but yeah, I don't think technically that's in the 5th edition, but Mercer used it. But yeah, anyway, so that he noticed that they were using these shackles to arrest people and then obviously keep them from using magic. There were two people. Malira is one of them who was arrested, and Vincent was the other one. You're right next door to you.
I was just about to ask if he was still there.
So, and you would know, and Ilbrin could also explain for those of you that would not have been aware, that the spell that Malira used to take human form is true polymorph, which means that anti-magic manacles and stuff would actually negate spells. It doesn't necessarily dispel them. But like creatures that were manifested, if they were put into those shackles, they would lose that. They would just essentially disappear. And any magic that was active, like a polymorph spell, would probably be dispelled by those. But since it's true polymorph, that's what she is, and therefore, just keeps her from casting spells, but would not turn her back into her true form. But you all did also. You don't know anything about Vincent other than he had creepy, weird eyes, and obviously now you believe that he was using magic of some type.
We did know he could use magic because of Astrid.
Yeah, he did try to use
Yeah.
to read her thoughts.
And he was a creepy fucker.
Well, he's arrested now.
Arrested for being creepy.
Yes.
Yeah, creepers get arrested. He was definitely creepy.
There were others, upwards of close to 75 to 100 people that at least Ilbert had heard of. That's the numbers that were being touted around, people that were taken in. So those are the only two people that you knew specifically that were arrested.
So if we try and cast spells, are they gonna come looking for us? Like, I sent message.
Richter's flying across the fucking city.
I was gonna say that was really probably not a good idea, but you didn't know that.
I sent a message to Ilbrin, and so they could identify both of us since he responded, and then Richter is flying.
And I did just cast sending to give him some of the information we know, unfortunately.
That's not good.
Richter, however, would have been tracked. I mean, they like Richter is
Actively.
registered essentially. Yeah, he is registered with the Pansophicals, so technically he is allowed to use magic.
Oh, I must have had to register when I joined the Lyceum, right?
Exactly, yeah. So Ilbrin is also, but not anymore. He's on their list, but he shouldn't be using magic anymore.
Do they differentiate between divine and arcane magic?
The Pansophical themselves, they try not to. However, the temple does, which is why that they refused. And the Pansophical, though powerful, does not have the ability to override all of the temples. So they all of the temples, every single one of them refused and claimed that there would be more problems than Amon already had if they attempted to cast a anti-magic barrier over their temples. So they said, go ahead.
So basically, Richter may be fine, but Ilbrin, me, and Astrid may be in trouble.
Astrid just crosses her arms and is like, she's becoming like Vasselheim.
Yeah, I think that's where this is leading.
Although Vasselheim allowed, at the very least, divine magic, I'm not sure how this will end up.
Unfortunately, this is sounding very bad, especially for people of the magic persuasion.
Yes, and I think honestly, before we do anything else, we may want to try and hide some stuff away. I'm not even sure if we should try and hide some stuff away in the keep, because if they come for Ilbrin, then they may find it. I'm not sure what to do with that, but I think before we get tracked down, we should at least try and identify that we came in after. We can tell them about the boat. It'll have registries down at the port that we came in on. We can tell them where we came from and that we weren't told that magic wasn't supposed to occur. And ask for what our boundaries are supposed to be. So at least we can try and talk to someone and find out what's going on, maybe learn some more information, and go to them before they come to us.
Well, we do have to give the swords.
Yes, but the swords are basically inactive. I guess there's no harm really in giving them to someone, but who do we give it to? I guess Varys? But if he's on the other side...
Well, we should just go tell the truth, see if we can get through this anti-magic barrier.
Do they know anything about the swords? Other than the fact that they asked us to go get them, do they know anything about them?
Oh, the Lyceum did, definitely, but... when we got them, they were already out of whatever magical capabilities they had, but they are expecting their return.
Do they know what they look like?
Oh, I'm sure they would be able to identify what they were. Actually, Astrid, I think, was able to identify what they were. It's just that they were drained.
Well, I mean, if they were drained, would they know the difference between a fake and a real?
I think they would, yes. The Lyceum is very powerful. And also, we need to wait on Richter, because Richter has another sword we need to take to the Lyceum. And I have these grave ashes that need to be taken to the Lyceum. Sorry, DM, ping again. Where's the Lyceum?
Erudite.
Terrible with these maps. Erudite? That's what I figured. Smart People Quarter. That's why it's called Erudite. Alright. I think we should wait for Richter to get back, and then we should all go, or try to go, with business to the quarter, knowing that we had orders to bring this back to the Lyceum. And then maybe we can ask the Lyceum how much trouble we would be in if we cast magic when we were coming in here and didn't realize. I mean, we could even fake like we didn't know until they told us we weren't supposed to, because I don't want to say we were told by somebody, because that would point back to Ilbrin.
And Ilbrin actually suggests that he take Nim and leave the city for now. Because Nim, although mechanical, also is propelled by magic.
And so is this bird. I think it's best that you do. Oh shit, on this character, I don't know if I can help him.
Richard could cast invisibility if he wasn't hanging out on the
I was about to say, my invisibility, I used the charge of invisibility I had on Richter so he could fly with me casting invisibility on him and maintain dual concentrations. So I don't have invisibility, and Richter won't cast anything back into my ring because he won't talk to me. I would say, if anything, make as fast as you can through the cemetery district and then try and get through the ports. There's not many guards. Or I know that there's other ways to get out of the city, but I'm not sure how. Didn't you guys say you knew some people? Like, not the Myriad. You knew some other people. Couldn't they help get him out? And Nim?
I don't know. I'm new to this place.
Not you, Dace. The other ones. We're both sort of new, but...
I don't think anybody else currently has any particular relationship with the class. Lalith basically told them to fuck off after they helped, so...
Yeah, but there was literally a letter sent by Zalia prior to all of this happening when Astrid asked her. A letter was sent by Zalia to the class Pinamon that if any party group member, and all their names were listed, that were part of the group at the time, because she doesn't know what's happened since then, that they were allowed free audience with the class. Because worst case, they fuck it up and they get hurt. That's not her problem, but she was at least giving them an open door to gain audience. And that letter was sent, I would assume at this point now, a month and a half, 2 months ago or more. And Astrid has talked to Zalia since then, and Zalia did tell her that that letter was sent to the leader in Amon. So if the clasp is still functioning in Iman, the people, I guess it would just be Lilith and Astrid and Richter, still have an audience with the clasp. And it's an open policy. It's not like a one-time thing. It's like, if my people...
Well, she could request that, but that
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to grant it.
Yeah. No, she could. She requested, sent in a letter of request that if my people come back through, please, now that I'm the leader of this city, please make sure if there is an urgent request that it is taken care of, or at least acknowledged. So, and they do know one of the ways in, or two of the ways in, previously from her guiding them through that. So, they do have an in, if they allow it. But I'm just saying, just in case nobody else has been aware that this has happened, because some people are new, that is the backstory of how possibly Lilith, Astrid, or Richter could communicate with them. And it's just kind of hard, because I know my character doesn't know anything about that, but their character should, and I don't know if they remembered that.
Oh no, I remember.
I imagine that Astrid would probably be the only one that would even... Because Richter and Lalith wanted nothing to do with the class. Richter, from the very beginning, didn't want anything to do with them and didn't talk to them. Lalith basically went in there and gave them an ultimatum and said, we'll do what you want, but then you have to leave all of us alone, so they're not going to listen to him either. So maybe Astrid.
Well, at least she doesn't
Biggest
have a demon
gangster
bird
of us
anymore.
all. She did make her way into the class.
He's a monster. Because we got to remember that, like, regardless of the thing, it's like the clasp are not a corporation where everybody agrees with everything. They do their own thing,
No.
and they're also a bunch of assholes. So they're going to keep their own interest in mind. So it's like,
Yeah, but I did have at least a good reputation
right,
with the
and
leader of the
and
class
Zalia
in
would
the
probably be able to get things for herself, but you got to look at it from the class perspective. Is that they would talk to you.
What will they
But-
benefit with?
Exactly. So even if one of their own members said, "Hey, these people are cool, help them out," well, what are you going to give us if we help you out?
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying is that this is a possibility that if we
But I
wanted
mean,
to
like,
get them
there
out of
there are ways that, like, with enough,
Put a fucking
stealth.
pair of glasses on him in a jacket, and he'll look like a
Well-
fucking person.
a little mustache,
Yeah, it'll be fine.
No,
it's not like the
fucking shiny.
yeah, it's not like the entrances and the exits are not closed. I mean, obviously, the this exit here and this exit up here would be closed essentially. But
And
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
you also
that's
said
why
there's very, very little guard presence. So
Yeah, and that's why I said
outside of the bubble, yes.
Yeah, and that's why I said the best option maybe was to go as quickly as you could to the cemetery district and then try and get to the port and leave. But I did bring up that I'd heard from the other party members that there was a possible ability to sneak people out of the city. But that's as much as I knew as the mean. But I was just trying to refresh people on
Yeah.
the fact that all that other junk exists in case they had forgotten. And we also lost Astrid.
Yep, I'm still here, but yeah, my
Oh, okay.
computer froze.
But yeah, so long story short, we have to
Um,
get them out of the city. So I think that we should either try something, or we should just tell them to head through like the temple district into the cemetery district and then out, because right now the temple district probably is not friends with the military and cloudtop district as much, and we do have some favor in the temple district a little bit with Nim, and they may be able to help get him out, at least even into the upper slums or something, him and Ilbrin.
So Richter, what are you doing?
I'm flying towards the temple where we got Nim.
Well, yeah, you would have landed by now.
Okay.
You actually probably would have beat them to the.
Yeah,
to
going
the-
back an hour. Is it like normal here? Like, can I tell if it's like a normal day at the temple? Does it seem like people are coming and going?
I mean, it's still pretty early because if we're jumping back in time a
Okay.
little bit, but I mean, there generally are people wandering about the district. There are probably fewer people going in and out, but the people that live there essentially are still around.
Yeah, I would just like give a little knock on the door and see if anyone noticed. And if
I
not, just
recall this correctly, it was the Temple of Palor where you got him, right?
I believe so.
No, I take that back. It was not. It was not.
Or was it
Palor.
Allhammer?
It was Allhammer. And Valletta was the Dragonborn.
Yeah.
That you knew.
But yeah, I would just give a little
there are
knock.
some people that like a sort of tired-looking acolyte opens up the door and
Just kind of look at him and give a bit of a nod and say, I don't. Do I recognize him at all? Like, I mean, we've been here a few times, but I don't think we've talked to everyone.
No, I mean there are a fair number of people that are in that work within these temples. Particularly the Allhammer is actually one of the larger temples in Iman. So it'd be a fair number of people you've never seen before.
All right, I'll look at him and say, yes. I was wondering if Valletta would be around. Her friend Nim asked me to come speak with her, and I was just kind of like, because everyone knew Nim. We knew that, right?
Yeah, I would say that most of the people knew who Nim was. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I'll just say that and kind of just like offer my hand out to like shake his or her hand.
And he shakes it and sort of motions you over and asks you to wait and then goes. And it probably takes a good 15 minutes. And then you do see sort of the older, blue-skinned, dragonborn woman kind of shuffling in.
As I see her, I kind of get up to go walk and meet her so she doesn't have to move as far. And I'll just like do a little bit of a bow and say, I'm sorry for disturbing you so early. We just arrived back in the city and we're a bit surprised. We haven't been here in a month or so.
And she just sort of nods and says, surprising time.
Yes. What do you know what that is? And I'll like just motion to where the dome would be. Is it keeping something in or keeping something out?
Both. It's an anti-magic field.
Do you know who created it?
She kind of chuckles and says, well, it's taking quite a few wizards and sorcerers taking shifts to keep this thing up. As far as who ordered it, it's hard to say. They would have us believe that it was the council's decision, but rumors suggest otherwise.
Well, are you able to walk through it, or is it a magical field, or like to keep magic out, or is it just actually a bit of a physical barrier as well?
Oh, you can walk through it, but anything that you have that's magical would become inert.
Would it regain its magic abilities when you left?
It should.
Or not? I would look at her and say, do you have somewhere a bit more private we could speak? I have something I needed to ask you.
She just kind of gives you a little bit of a side eye and motions for you and takes you back into a small, like what appears to be like a prayer chamber, for a singular person. It's just kind of a small area that has a kind of a smaller statue of the Allhammer. It's got two little fountains on the sides. So it's quite peaceful, and there's a little bit of running water.
And real quick, what do I know about the Allfather? Like, do I know that they're typically like the good, the like defenders and that kind of stuff?
The Allhammer is Moradin. I mean, it is mainly it's dwarves are the ones that worship him mostly. The domain of the Allhammer is knowledge and war. But you would be familiar as someone that is interested in tinkering. He's the patron of craft and creation. So he's worshipped by a lot of dwarves, but also smiths, artisans, and miners. Why a lot of dwarves worship him? But yeah, it is. He is considered a. I mean, he is one of the prime deities.
And I do know he's like of the good variety, right? Not like neutral or anything.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
lawful. His alignment is lawful good.
Okay. I'll look at her and I'll kind of just like take a look around and just say, I didn't want to do this in front of others. Upon our a previous travel, we found something. I'm gonna pull out the black sword.
Okay.
I'm gonna just say, uh, one of my friends. I don't know if you remember her, but she was able to identify it, and it's a very very strong weapon for someone who appears to be a very very evil wielder. Um, I was wondering if you could destroy it.
She takes it and pulls it out of the scabbard a little bit, not all the way, but you see that starlight sky, night sky, sort of start to sparkle a little bit, and you can see that her eyes kind of widen a little bit, almost like an appreciation of it. And she sort of slides it back into the scabbard and says, "I'm not sure there's anybody specifically in the temple that could destroy this, but I do believe that we find a way to have this destroyed."
And Richard's gonna kind of look at her. He's gonna say, "I, you know, I originally was a student at the Lyceum, but they tend to study these things instead of destroy them, even when necessary. So, I thought it might be smarter to bring it to someone of your stature than to them."
Well, I have to say it is a rather interesting work here. Shame it's evil, as you say, because it is quite beautiful, but not something that the Allhammer would approve of.
He just nods and, well, I, if you think you can destroy it, I will gladly leave it here. If it's, and Richter kind of like looks around and he's just like, if it would bring attention to you all and it would put anyone in danger, I could also take it somewhere else.
I would like to see the current leadership of Amon try to take anything from us. He sort of smiles a little bit.
He nods. He goes, is who is the one who is making these decisions that you believe if it wasn't really the council?
Oh, it's hard to say for sure, though I do believe that your headmaster may be trying to grease the wheels of politics a little bit.
He just nods and looks back at her and goes, well, I makes my decision feel even better, knowing that he will never see this weapon. And I kind of look at her to take in if she agrees that he'll never see this weapon. Like, I want to make sure she doesn't plan on letting anything happen to it that wouldn't be destroying it.
Yeah, you can see that she even like tightens her grip on the hilt a little bit.
He nods. So, I don't. We just returned. I'm gonna go back and speak with my friends and see what they found out. But if you do need anything, I'm sure you could find a way to get a hold of us. And we live right down south a bit. But if it's up to me, we might not be in the city for very long.
Well, I certainly wouldn't blame you for that.
Not going somewhere much better, but I have a friend who may be in trouble, so I'm going to hopefully be able to look into it.
Well, best of luck to you.
He'll give a nod and offer a hand to her, and he'll just head out. And if they have like any sort of offerings, like donation spots or anything like that, he'll on the way out he'll toss like 10 gold in.
Yeah, they definitely have that.
And then he just heads out, and he is going to. I mean, his fly is still probably working, so he's just going to fly back towards the house.
And I was gonna say, as that was all happening, since we don't really know how to get them out of the city, I was gonna go talk to the temple and ask them if they can help get Nim out of the city with what's been happening. And also see if they know anything about grave dust. Since the erudite quarter is closed off, I don't want to threaten taking the grave dust through that. And since I don't know yet what would walking through that wall would do to anything I have on me, like I said before, my stop would be the temple district to ask about Nim, getting him and possibly Ilbrin out, what's been happening, and then also the grave dust for the vampire, because they would probably know somewhere in the temple district more about that. So I'm probably going to cross under him as he's flying back to...
I actually was going to say I would probably make it to the house before you all did, because...
Well, then I'll be leaving as he makes it back.
Because you guys... Well, I actually don't know how far the distance is and that kind of stuff works, but I know you guys stopped at the Dragon's Bane first.
What's the fly speed? 60 feet?
Yeah, 60 feet. I wouldn't be rushing, though. I probably would do a little bit of a flyover and look around, like, to see if... Like, I would go towards the Bastille, like, above it, and see if that building was destroyed, and then, like, see if I could tell if any other prominent buildings that I knew about were in, like, the Lyceum and stuff.
Yeah, you would probably make it there before... Because they stopped and then went and talked to Ilbrin for a while, and then... Yeah, you probably would get there before they were done. Because you're going essentially as the crow flies.
So, I mean, yeah, I would probably just go and...
So you would get the sending spell like 5 minutes before you get back to the house.
I came as soon as I heard.
Yeah, no. So I would go around there and do all that stuff, and then I would make my way back to the house and just walk in. And I'm assuming they would probably all be inside.
Yeah, they would have. They were in basically at the bar where everybody can sort of sit and. Or at the tables,
Richter would just kind of walk in and just nod at everyone and like find a seat and sit down.
And then Zameen would get up and walk out.
After that happened, Richter would look at everyone and say, well, I had a talk with Valletta. She told me that she believes that the headmaster of the Lyceum is meddling in the politics of Iman. And it seems as if he may be the one behind the barrier.
Yes, that is what we got as well. It seems like he wants control of both the military, the Pansophical... And one thing I did not add into my sending spell to you is that it seems like they are really keeping tabs on who is using magic and who is not. They have been rounding up people, including Melira and Vincent, using anti-magic shackles on them. You can see Astrid is not happy about this at all.
Hell not. In all the time I've been around, like, since, I mean, I had to register and stuff, do I know if, like, with how, could I guess with how bold the Pansophical is currently being in Iman, would they be up to trying to detain, like, a divine magic user? Or do I think that's something they would never do?
I would say that the whole idea that they're involved in this at all is somewhat surprising. That generally they don't, though it's their role, like quote unquote role, to like sort of keep track, and you are aware that they keep track, but it's one of those sort of things where it almost feels like a formality, because it doesn't really happen very often that nobody's really arrested for using magic or anything like that. And for the most part in Iman, you don't often see people that walk around and like cast the fireball to kill somebody. Like, it doesn't happen that often. So it's always sort of been taken as a sort of just a thing that you do, but it's never they still sort of like they're kind of an ethereal thing. Like nobody really knows much about them. It's
So okay.
their
Protocol.
description. The description of them is that they're a secret, but everybody knows about them. And so more than anything, they're just sort of that. You've heard of them, you know about them, but nobody really ever sees them, and nobody really knows who all of the people in charge of it are. I would say that you would probably know, and that like the people in the Lyceum would know that you would know about Allura and you know about Varys being um, members of it, but that's about the limit. I would say the other thing that you would know is that they do all have titles essentially, and so Allura is her title is Arcanist. She's Arcanist Allura Vysorn. That is her title within the Pansophical. Varys is known as the Secret Keeper.
Oh, that doesn't sound fucking scary at all.
The
So it's
leader
kind of like
is Enchanter. Enchanter Yorick Windkeeper is the leader.
okay. So, but it's kind of like I knew that they did it, but I mean, I knew they exist. I knew they kept track, but it's very rare to see them actually take action.
Yeah,
Okay.
you wouldn't in your time would not really know of any instance, and in fact they didn't even have much of a presence during like the events of the Chroma Conclave or even Vecna. Like there was not a lot that they were
Okay.
known to have done. Allura would have been the one that most people would have been aware that had anything to do with any of those things. The rest of them sort of like were in the sidelines to the point that again they're almost like mythical beings where like it is technically a private society, but everybody knows about it. It's just they're it's more of a in some ways it's kind of like a bedtime story that you tell people to make them scared, like, you know, don't do this or the Pansophical will come and get you, you know, like that kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, Richter will just kind of when Astrid mentions them again, Richter will just it's very strange for them to actually be involved. I had to register with them when I became a student at the Lyceum, but I've never heard of them actually taking action against someone for using magic.
Well, my concern is Richter, especially if you know more about this group than the rest of us, is that this is either an extreme but necessary response or something more. What would you suggest it is?
I think that you are smart enough to realize what type of person Varys is from having met him briefly.
Yes.
I think he's rather power hungry. He's very. I would assume the worst, to be honest.
And actually, Astrid, do a history check if your computer is working.
Okay. It's just loading up now. I will click on things and hopefully things will load.
Would it be anything I can assist her with, or is it kind of something that she's just thinking
this
of?
is actually this is specific for her.
Okay.
The page is still loading. If someone wants to do it for me, they
It's
can.
a plus what?
That I don't even know because I can't. My character sheet isn't loading.
Mine's plus 8 if you want me to just roll it for her.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause it's safe to assume that an organisation that's controlling of magic suddenly goes to the nuclear option out of nowhere.
Oh, not out of nowhere, but Astrid, you rolled a 19.
Yay!
So you actually would be aware that here, and I'll type this in. Well, I'll put it in Discord just so that you
Yeah,
can see it as
Discord
well.
would be a good idea.
If you happen to want to write it down. So Seer Gloria Ios, who is a human wizard, you would be familiar with her. She is a member of the Pansophical who actually is in Vasselheim. She is essentially an oracle of divination. So she it essentially acts as the Pansophical's voice in Vasselheim. She generally doesn't do she doesn't really it's not like she has a lot of power or anything, because obviously in Vasselheim she is still using arcane magic, so they essentially allow her presence, but she's not like in charge of anything, but she's just sort of there to observe. But you would be familiar with her, and you would know that like she is part of the Pansophical as well.
Yeah, and since we're talking about the Pansophical and stuff, Astrid would mention her.
I wouldn't know anything about her, would I either?
You might be familiar. You can do a history check too if you want. I mean, during your studies, you may have heard of her as well.
Nope.
Nope, you haven't.
Very boring name.
But yeah, I mean, Gloria. That's not a very good fantasy name. But Astrid, you would be familiar with her in some respects, even though within sort of the Pansophical, she is actually a high-ranking member. She is part of the inner circle. She is a maker as well. So she is also technically a higher rank than Allura is. But within Vasselheim, it's one of those things where, if you think of like the fantasy trope of that like local like country witch, essentially, like the people go to the witch to like, oh, please help us, make the crops grow, or fix, help us, keep our cow from dying, just all those little things where it's like the people of Vasselheim who are sort of at their wits' end as far as like the requesting aid from the gods and feeling like they're being, not listened to. They will go to Gloria Ios to see if she can divine any more, what's going to happen, essentially, because that's what she does, essentially. She's an oracle, so she can determine things that can happen or will happen. So they kind of go to her on the sly to say, hey, can you help? What's going to happen? Those types of things. But everybody tries to keep it sort of on the down low.
Yeah, Astrid would also mention, like, she seems a little bit strange, a little bit... Usually, if you are going to go visit her, you don't want others to know that you're visiting her, but I admit I quite admired the fact that she was using arcane magic in a land where it's not that well thought of.
Now I'm just thinking of Trelawney from Harry Potter. She's
That's exactly where
hair,
my mind went to.
reading tea leaves and stuff.
Rick is going to look around at everyone and say, I do not want to stay in the city long.
I do agree with that. I am not fond of this city. I would rather not be here at this moment.
Well, for now, we can deliver the 3 swords to the Lyceum, just to get that out of our possession. Maybe they'll let you learn a spell or two before they'll give you access to some information that you're looking for.
I can drop the weapons off. I do not... With the headmaster being the one possibly in charge of what's going on, I don't want to be there any longer than necessary either. I can give them to someone I trust inside and just leave.
It's your call. We may have to visit the promenade to get rid of some of what we have on us, and I'm planning to make a visit to the Skyport, but apart from that, maybe spend the night.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Have I gotten to the Temple District yet?
You've probably gotten there. But just before we do that, you would know this, just to skip it, Lalith, the Skyport is in the Cloudtop District, which means that it's not working.
Well, shit. Never mind then.
Because it's in the bubble, so it wouldn't work. So, Zameen, as far as the temples are concerned, where did you want to go?
I want to go to the same temple as before, the one with Allhammer, where we found Nim.
Okay.
Hello? Is anybody here?
Yep, there's people there.
Hi. Could you... Shit, what's her name?
Valletta.
Valletta? Is Valletta here?
She is. It's the same guy that Richter talked to, and just like, kind of like shaking his head, like, "What the fuck?"
I'm sorry. I think someone from our party may have been here earlier, but they didn't have information that I do. I need to speak to her. If that's a possibility.
Yeah, and he goes and gets her, and it takes another 15 minutes or so for her to come through the temple.
Hi. Really sorry to bother you. I think someone may have flown in here from our party earlier. I'm not sure. Basically, we've heard that you refuse to be part of this enchantment that's up over the city, and that multiple people practicing magic have been arrested. We have the Nimblewright, as you know, and his pet, and we also have a friend who is a magic user, and we're trying to protect them or get them out of the city for now. They are part of our party, but we don't want them to be found or destroyed or arrested. They are simply researchers, or obviously the Nimblewright we took from you. And is there anything you can do to help us get them out?
She just nods and says it shouldn't be too much of a problem. You just tell them to come here.
Okay. What kind of magic is still being allowed? Because I've used sending, and I'm afraid we didn't know that this was happening, so I'm afraid that maybe I've been marked, or some of my other party has been marked for using magic when we didn't realize this was happening. Is holy magic allowed, or even sending, or things like that? Is that allowed?
Oh, they don't have the authority to make using magic illegal, but I probably wouldn't use too much more magic if I were you.
All right, good to know. Also, when we were gone, we fought a vampire. I have some of his ash from his tomb, some of his funeral ash. Is there anything you can do with it, or any of the temples around here can do with it, to identify where he is, or just protect it, or destroy it? I'm not sure what you can do with this type of thing, but I know that they need to return to their ashes. He took some with him, regrettably, but I do have this, and I don't know how to use it or what to do with it. Do you have any ideas?
She sort of just looks at you for a second and says, "Well, the Temple of the Raven Queen would probably be the best bet to take this. However, I do know a bit about it, and there's not much that we could do with it. Destroying it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't be able to track anyone. The only thing that would be helpful is if you could have destroyed all of it. But if you, as you say, he took some, then this is just dust."
But do you think that the Raven Queen would, being as she is on this plane, and the other, possibly be able to find him or know him? She transcends where the gods can't. She's not locked behind the wall. Maybe if I took it to her, she could do something with it?
she looks at you and looks at your armor and stuff. It's like, somehow I don't think she'd be willing to speak with you. And just smiles warmly. She's not like trying to be sarcastic, but just as a a kind of a grandmotherly sort of thing of like letting you know that you're not a cleric of the Raven Queen, so the likelihood that she'd speak with you is pretty low.
But could I at least leave it with the clerics of the Raven Queen? Could I?
I mean, you could certainly leave it with them. I don't see how there's anything. It's not that type of thing. It's not specifically connected to them. They just, to get full rest, they must sleep in their homes. But aside from that, that's really all that the dirt is for.
And no divination could be performed on this dirt?
It's not connected to them specifically. It's not it's not connected to them in that way.
All right. I guess I'll just keep it just in case. I thought maybe it would help, but I guess it doesn't. I'll tell the others to come to you to try and get out of the city. And
I'll be waiting for them. It'll be good to see them again.
Their passage, where they're going, they may need some money or something. Can I give you 100 gold? Use as you see fit to pass on to them for their travels, and then whatever is left that they don't need can go to the temple fund.
She just smiles. I'm sure that'll be more than enough.
All right, and the Temple of Palor, and this is actually more to the DM. I would know where the Temple of Palor was. Which building is it in? Is it close to here?
Hold on a second.
I think it's pretty close to here.
It would be relatively close. The Dawnfather actually does not have a particularly large. It's smaller. It's there, but it's the Arathis and Bahamut have the largest. The Allhammer would be essentially the third largest, essentially. But the Dawnfather and the Stormlord and the Wild Mother and the Matron of Ravens and the Raven Queen, they all have smaller temples. So, I mean, you can just, I don't think it says which one is which, but it's close enough.
Yeah, and I'll just thank her and say they'll be by shortly, and I'll leaving her 100 gold, and I will leave and go to the Temple of Palor and just give a silent prayer and see if he can guide me with the problems that have been happening lately once again, and where we need to go and what we need to do, because she seems a bit lost at this moment and just needs some guidance. And if there are any assistants around, can I tell if the temple was burned at all?
Yeah, actually, the temple district for the most part appears to be completely untouched.
Okay, then she will still give the people there at the Temple of Palor 100 gold. So is there anyone around that's like a priestess or something?
Yeah.
And I would just give her 100 gold and say, for continuing the blessings on the people and helping those who cannot help themselves. I hope this assists you in some way, and I hope the city can recover soon. And I'll just say my goodbyes and head back to our keep.
Okay. And yeah, I mean the temples there, they do, particularly from the upper slums because it is relatively close. Um, a lot of poorer people do come to the temple district and seek shelter and aid. So the majority of funds that are given and are donated, that's what they use them for, is to sort of clothe and feed sort of the people and the slums.
Well, that's exactly what she would have wanted then.
So, Richter, as this is all going on, so Richter, you were going, and who's going now? Is everybody just going?
I mean, if Astrid offered to go, Richter would look at her and say, "I don't think with you being able to do any sort of magic, it would be the best idea, especially if you've never had to register with these people."
Maybe
I don't think it'll be a problem. I mean, I won't be causing any trouble.
It's just strange that they did it were willing to arrest anyone in the first place. It makes me think that they might not need a reason other than you can. So I would warn against it, but I can't force you to stay. If you want to come, you can.
Would it be better an unknown go?
it's an option to take Dace with you and have him act as hired muscle. If Astrid, you wish to come with me to the promenade, there's some things I'd like to change there.
And if you guys do need it, I do have the full list of things that we were going to sell, just in case you guys.
Yeah, we could do.
Richter's gonna look between Layth and Dace and he's gonna. I don't want anyone who isn't already known to be involved with us to be known that they are. That it's already strange enough that this is happening, but it seems to be that I'm most likely going to be walking into the home of the person who's causing it.
Well,
Which is why I do not want you to go alone. And at the very least, say no my face, say no, I come with you all the time.
Dace, are you a dumb hired muscle?
Huh?
If people ask how are you related to this group, wouldn't you agree you are just paid dumb hired muscle?
Those who know do not speak, yet those who speak do not know.
So you still could take Dace with you as a precaution. And here, I will quite literally hand Dace a gold coin. I have just hired you, correct?
Ooh, nice. Thank you.
Richter's just gonna keep looking and just, well, we can do it.
You just see
however,
a sly grin come across his face as I wink at you.
we can do it however we see fit, but if something were to go wrong, at least I'm a member of the Lyceum. At least I am registered with the Pansophical. I don't think that they would have any reason to stop me, and even then I might be wrong about that. Putting others in danger just to drop off swords, I have my ways I could possibly escape if it were just me, but if it was multiple, it would not be as easy.
Well, in an area of no magic, I would very much prefer if someone with no magic went with you. And as I'm not quite welcome at the Lyceum and with your headmaster, it leaves our hired friend here, who's quite skilled at not using magic, to be a good option.
Richter just shrugs his shoulders and If
Have-
if Dace wishes to come, it's up to him. I just don't want to put others in danger.
Have I made it back to our keep yet?
Probably not yet,
Okay.
because this was going on while you were.
Oh, okay.
And I say, Iso, Dace or myself will go with you, Richter. I don't want you to go alone to such a place.
Richter's just gonna walk to Lilith and say, "Fine, the swords, please. I'll get them dropped off with," and he'll just look between Dace and Astrid. Not really saying who, just kind of like looking between them to see who steps up first.
Astrid glances at Dace and then back at Richter and then back at Dace and then steps forward, like,
Where to, Gancho?
and then she just tilts her head, like, what?
So, yeah, so Richter will just look at Dace, nod, and say, to the Lyceum, I believe.
You should proof so Hascalaway or something. Don't want the same thing to happen to Neil happen to him.
Yes, good idea. And he'll send Rascal back to the Feywild for now.
And we can wait here for Zameen to return.
Richter will nod and just, again, look for the swords.
Give you the swords.
He'll nod and look to Dace and say, bit of a walk. Come on, this way.
Journey of 1,000 miles starts with but a single step.
And walking that far with Dace feels like 1,000 miles.
Well, to be fair, you're assuming I'm walking the whole way with him. As soon as we're probably 5 minutes away, I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself.
All right.
And just walk down the alleyway, and I'll just yell, "Meet you back at the house," and he'll just. I mean, he could try to find me, but I'm gonna just walk away invisibly.
I don't think there's any way you could reliably track him as a monk. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you
Just
do.
because you're invisible doesn't mean you don't make sounds.
I mean, you make a perception check and see if you can track him. I mean, you see him disappear. And then also, I guess Richard, do a stealth check.
Stealth. I don't know if I would have advantage for stealth or invisibility, but
Well, even with 18 and 18, I would consider that at least a wash, and that you wouldn't lose him entirely. So we'll say that you don't lose him, and then we'll do it this way. We'll do both of you roll a perception and a stealth check one more time, and that'll determine if he tracks you all the way to the Lyceum or not.
well, I wouldn't get to the Lyceum because I would have to go through that wall. But,
Oh yeah, that's true. So do one more to see if he
so a 20.
gets you to the wall. Wow. So he does just get away from you, Dace.
He did tell me where he was going, so
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you would, if you just ask around, you'd be able to. Somebody would direct you to where.
I'll
it is.
ask around.
Okay.
So I wouldn't leave him alone.
Especially after you've been paid to look after him.
Oh yeah.
Terrible at doing your job. But yeah, Richter's just gonna, as soon as he notices Dace not behind him anymore, he's just gonna go, make his way, probably pop into an alleyway about, I don't know, like a good 10 or like 5 minutes away from the wall that would make him turn invisible anyway. Just go back to him, go into an alleyway, turn back to himself, and walk towards walk towards the Lyceum. Do I get there with no problem?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there must be someone there who like is like a greeter, kind of like someone who watches the door to see who comes and goes.
There is, and in fact, you also notice a group of people that you do not recognize, and you will say that you weren't there for the initial conversation, but we'll say that everybody relayed you to the things that Ilbrin said.
The Pansophical.
Well, yeah. So you aren't entirely familiar with these group of people that are standing there. You do notice they are wearing what appears to be armor of elven make, and they do appear to be elves themselves. And from what you can gather and the things that you've seen, they appear to be actual elves and not half elves or anything like that.
Okay. And I see them before I enter, right?
Yeah, because they're basically flanking the doors.
Okay. I'll take a bit of a detour and go just find someone else standing around there. Like, preferably someone who, like, not like a bum, but just someone who looks like they could use a bit of coin.
Actually, in the Air Deck Quarter, there aren't too many of those people.
Yeah, there's someone who looks greedy enough to want more coin, or a younger person, like a younger kid or something.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few
Okay.
people walking around.
All right. I'll go up to a kid and I'll just I'm gonna wrap the 3 swords inside of like one of my old cloaks, and just walk up to one of the kids and say, "Excuse me, you want to make a bit of coin?" And I'll hold out like 10 gold coins.
What? He just sort of looks at you, like, kind of like a weird, like, there's a stranger offering me money type of thing. Like,
Yeah, you're just gonna, as I see it, I'm gonna just a quick delivery. I'm in a bit of a rush, you see. And I'll show him my robes. I'll say, "I'm from the Lyceum. I need to hurry back to the tavern before it closes. What time? It's still early, right?
yeah, it's probably.
So I wouldn't say before it closes. I'll say before my friend leaves. Would you be able to drop off this to the person at the front desk?"
And he just sort of like, they don't let me in there.
Well, then you could just leave it out front if you don't mind. You could give it to one of the men standing there.
He sort of shrugs, like, all right.
I will hand him the cloak with the weapons in it. I will give him 10 gold, and I will make my way the fuck out of there.
All right. And Dace, I'd say that you end up making it up to the Lyceum, and you can see essentially the same thing that Richter did, but you don't see Richter.
Huh. Wondering what I should roll to figure it and see if I can figure out what happened. I guess intelligence will work. Nope, I have no clue what happened.
Nope. That was going to be pretty high DC to be able to figure that out.
Well,
given
and
the
also,
circumstances.
I'm when I'm leaving, I'm not like being sly or anything, so I don't know if I would have seen Dace as he was approaching either. Like I would have just been walking the main roads back towards the central district.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't trying to hide, then
Yeah,
then
no,
Dace
on the
just-
way back I wasn't.
Yeah, then Dace, just make a perception check. I'll say with advantage because you are specifically looking. 14. If he's not hiding, I say you.
Yeah, I'm
yeah, you spot him
blatantly out.
walking from the other. I mean, he's not standing. He's like coming from a different direction. He's not coming from the Lyceum.
Do I notice Dace as well?
Yeah, I would say you do.
Yeah, I would just walk right up to you, Dace, and just put my just kind of look at you and say, I'm sorry, I didn't want them to see you with me, in case it goes bad.
A little late now, Gancho.
Well, I gave. Did I see the kid like walk up towards the front?
Yeah.
So I did see him, like he looked like he was doing what I asked him to.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say I had a child deliver the swords instead of going there, and I'll. Are there any other Pinstophical people walking around,
You
or
don't
were
see
they
anybody.
just at the Lyceum? Okay.
The only people that you saw that seemed out of place were those two elves at the door.
And I'll just say, there
also,
were
do an Arcana check.
25.
Yeah. So what you do, what you see that looks odd about the Lyceum itself is that it almost appears that there is, I guess the best way to describe it is it's like there's almost like a hole in the barrier that's surrounding the Lyceum itself. So it appears that the Lyceum is not enclosed within the barrier.
So it's like a little dome inside the dome.
Exactly. So it's like, which leads you with a 25 to be like, it's so that they can use magic in there.
Okay. Yeah. So Richter will look at Dace and just say, there were people that really can't be trusted in the front, so I just had someone deliver it for us, but they'll be taken care of.
Ah.
And
So-
he oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So basically give evil nothing to oppose and it will disappear by itself?
He looks extremely confused for like a half a second, and then just nods at you and just says, I truly do hope you accept my apology. I didn't want to leave you. It's just I didn't want to put you in unnecessary danger.
Refund.
We also didn't get your reward for returning the sword. So
Yeah, that is very true. But I mean, we did. I think you said we didn't really talk about what the reward would have been, and wasn't it mainly from Kincaid?
well, what Kincaid was told was that upon return, the Lyceum would give you access to tomes
yes.
and items that would be outside of your general normal access.
Well, but yeah, he would just look. He would offer like a sincere apology to Dace and just say, is there anything where you need to stop before we head back to the house?"
Sorry, Mike's acting up to what?
I asked if there was anywhere Dace wanted to stop on the way back to the house.
There's no consequence to the task list.
He kind of squints his eyes and looks at me and goes, "You're a much deeper thinker than you give off, aren't you?"
Now you're catching on, Gone.
He nods and gives him a pat on the back and just says, "Well, back to the house then for now, till we decide where to go."
Could use something to eat. All this heavy thinking is making me hungry.
He'll nod again. Is there anywhere open that as we're like walking back? Is there any like
Unless you make
even
your way
like
through
just vendors?
Yeah, I mean through the central district, there would be street vendors that you get some.
Yeah. If anything looked exceptionally good, or if I've had something before, I would point it out to Dace.
Yeah, some decent stuff on the way.
That's the first thing he points out.
And I'll offer to pay for it. You were guarding me after all, so it's the least I could do.
So it's probably only about a silver to get some food.
Okay. I'll give whoever the person is a gold and just continue walking.
All right. So you make your way back uneventfully. Again, on the way, you don't notice any guard. You don't really notice too many people. It seems that there is a bit of unease in the city, and the people that don't need to be out are not out. And you can see too that even when you bought the food, the guy was just happy to see somebody because the streets have been kind of dead.
Well,
One of the things that you do notice is that there did appear to be, when you were making your way to the erudite quarter, you saw down through the slums. There were a fair number of people that appeared to be leaving.
Okay. Can I say I asked the person with the food when was the last time that the guards were in this district?
And he tells you that you do see them every now and then. Usually he sees them walk by like once a day, whereas before there were people that were sort of stationed within the quarters that would just be around, and they're just not now.
Okay. All right. Then yeah, we'll head back to the house, and I guess just wait for everyone else to get back as well, because I don't know if Layla's and Astrid would be gone or if Zameen would be back.
Zameen would be back.
Well, I think me and Astrid were waiting for Zameen to get back before we decided what to do.
Yeah, so while they were off doing that, then Zameen would have returned, and then you guys could have decided if you wanted to go to the promenade.
Well, I probably wouldn't have gone to the promenade because I think you guys are carrying everything. I can tell you out of my notes what you're supposed to sell.
Yeah, could you post that in Discord?
Yep, gonna take a while, but I have 3 pages
I'm assuming we're
worth.
carrying these normally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
I
lot
have
of
3
shit to lug
pages worth.
around. Excuse my language.
But yeah, it would be a case of just trying to offload this large bunch of shit that we've got. I know for a fact I'm looking to upgrade my armor, which isn't magical in the first place, so that's not going to be a huge issue.
Oh, and did we already split up the gold that everyone was supposed to get?
Yeah, it was in chat earlier on. It was...
I missed it.
1 second.
I got it.
4,376 gold. I think we're putting all the silver together in a group pot, which is 6,000 silver, and we each
You
get
just type it in the chat real quick.
40 platinum. 1 second, I'll just copy and paste. Yeah, no, we were putting the silver in the group pot, so that's 6,000 silver in the group pot, and each person gets the gold and the platinum.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well then, just one last thing, Matt. On the way back, I'm going to stop and send that letter I messaged you about.
Okay.
So, Dace, Richter would ask you if you mind taking one quick stop by the courier.
Sure, Con.
Because, to be fair, we can't all walk around with that much fucking coin and not weigh us down.
Oh yeah, Richter would have. He would have left most of it there. He probably would have taken like 150 gold with him. But yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna send a message to my mother, and tell her what I told you about. To be careful. There's a vampire that has recently gained a bit of freedom. We don't know where he's going or anything. But I gave her money to give a donation to the Temple of the Raven Queen and ask if she could perhaps stay there for the time being.
Okay.
And I'll send, the 150 gold.
Yeah, so I'm looking to upgrade to plate and trade in these splints. I know plate's 1,500.
I'm kind of looking at all this and just in awe and wonderment.
What, am I letter and penmanship?
No, at all this coin that's been given to me.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Richter grew up very poor too, so he's kind of the same way. So, I mean, don't you hate it when your hands are over the wrong button?
Yeah, so is there anything out of so far what she's typed that anyone wants to keep, like the scroll of hold person, the unidentified stuff?
The potion of flying might be useful.
Do we already have one of those? 1 second.
A potion of flying? I don't believe we do.
No, we have potions of climbing, potions of invisibility, and giant strength. So we want to keep the potion of flying. Okay, I'll add that to the...
Probably wouldn't hurt to hold on to the gems.
Dace also has 300 worthless lead pieces.
Yeah, that was put in there.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it is. Although, just to clarify, 300 worthless pieces of lead.
Just want to say, what's the +1... Or is that the chainmail? But you've spelt it wrong? Right, just making sure on that one.
Yeah, she corrected.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, what the fuck is that? I've never heard of it before.
That thing would probably become useless as soon as it passes
She wrote that.
through.
That's chainmail in abyssal.
Yeah.
Oh, Richter held on to the immovable rod.
So
And I think that Richter gave the scroll of protection to Astrid, because I've got that on my list.
Okay.
Because, yeah, the whole devil bird.
So, Richter, do you want to keep the hold person as well?
Already have. I thought I already. Do I already have that spell? Hold person. Oh, I don't have that one.
Okay, and
Sure.
and we've got the scroll of dispel magic, magic mouth, and conjure minor elemental.
Those three are technically on Astrid.
Okay. So I'm just trying to get a collection of things that we would want to at least try and pawn off or sell before we try and keep carrying a huge amount of stuff with us.
Yeah, I think that's basically it. Besides the swords and stuff that we were supposed to.
Richter would definitely be interested in the magic mouth, the conjure minor elementals, and the hold person.
Yeah. Zameen tried to give those to you down in the belly
Well,
of the
Astrid
ship.
has them, thankfully.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
Astrid will give it to him.
I asked her
eventually.
to give them to you because you wouldn't accept them from.
And you said, Richard, you said you have the immovable rod?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put that in your inventory, like just in the game.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, those three scrolls Astrid won't be selling. She'll just give them to Richter at some point.
Well, you could use scrolls too, can't you?
Anyone
Yep.
really can, technically. I think.
I think you have to be a spellcaster, but anyone who can cast a spell can cast a scroll, I believe.
Okay.
And I think we agreed that Whelm isn't something that could be sold because nobody would be able to buy it. So it's going to have to go to somewhere, and I suggested it should go to the church. So could I have also left Whelm, because I would have been the one carrying it, at the Church of Palor?
Might as well if we can't sell it.
Yep. I mean,
Okay.
technically the Allhammer probably would have rather had it, but yeah.
Okay, well then I'll leave it at Allhammer. Since
Because
yeah,
you went to both of them, so.
Gnomes, yes, well, gnomes. I'll leave it at Allhammer and give them that and the 100 gold for passage for my friends.
Okay.
So we're selling the expensive jewelry, we need to get the spell scroll with the orange key identified.
Yeah, it fell out of the thing that we hit with an orange key that fell out of it as well, but it was the orange bubble. So a key fell out and the spell scroll fell out. We never identified the spell scroll.
Okay.
We had a potion that also fell out with the glass gems, and we don't know what those are. There were more gems that fell out on the yellow thing that also had a key. We didn't identify those gems. And
That jewelry, the expensive jewelry, I think is what fell out of that one too, I believe.
oh,
The
okay.
gems would actually be worth holding on to due to the fact that they're untraceable and could probably be worth more than giving money,
Probably.
possibly.
I mean, we can keep the candlestick, just leave it in the house.
So I'm looking at this because I pulled up the loot table here. I believe the potion that you're talking about that fell out, that's the potion of flying.
Okay.
So there's a implication there. So I think that was the potion of flying. The other spell scroll that you don't have listed was the spell. We'll just say you identified it. Is a spell scroll of fear.
Oh, okay.
Rick already has that one.
So that's
So we can sell that.
Yeah.
Unless anyone wants to use it, fear is a very good spell.
So are we also keeping the potion of mind reading, or are we getting rid of that?
I'd keep it.
Keep it. So let me add that to the sheet, to the group items as well. So potion.
I mean, I can literally keep it on myself if we need to. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, you can if you want. Like I said, I'm just stuff that like the potion of flying. No one really has a general use for it, but if we're keeping it, I was just putting it in group items.
Okay.
So
But yeah, trying to expedite all
Didn't
of that.
we
And then
use the
if
flare guns?
we did.
You can remove those from the sheet.
Yeah, I had those not in the group items, but separately on my sheet. So once we used them, I deleted them.
Yeah, well, if we use them, go take them from the bag of holding.
So it's the jewelry, the +1 chainmail, I think 1 or 2 of the scrolls we're getting rid of. I
we
don't.
can just throw 300 pieces of lead like out of the bag.
Just,
Take that to the Allhammer.
There you go. Donation.
yeah, so we can get rid of all of them. So if we'd need to get a valuation for them, and we could possibly look into investing in gems, because like I said, carrying this much coin around for everyone is ridiculous.
When it says gems, those specific gems at the end were given a 600 gold point each. But the rest of the glass gems and stuff like that didn't have an actual. And then there's like
glass
more
gems.
gems.
They're not worth anything.
Okay.
Decorative,
Yeah, the glass gems. And then there was more gems with yellow key. But it didn't specify the price of those gems. So maybe those were glass gems too. I don't know. But the only gems that got any sort of price range was the 600 gold point.
Yeah, there were 11
Gems.
worthless glass gems and phony glass jewelry, and then there was one of them that had actual jewelry.
Okay. So going jewelry, 1 or 2 of the spell scrolls, the chainmail, and I think that's really all that we're selling out of this. Everything else has been divvied up to whoever wants it or needs it.
Yeah, and then we're just trying to exchange the money, I guess, for easier carrying to get more platinum, less
Gold, yeah.
even
Or
though-
if
less gold and silver.
if we are going to the promenade, we can actually look to see if things are for sale as well.
So first and foremost, we'll just get the selling stuff out of the way. You can exchange it for whatever you want at the banks. That's not a problem.
Okay.
Um,
The logistics of shopping. Because if we went to a place like Gilmore's, if it was still open, we could, to a degree, take them at their word of an item being something. So we could still shop to that degree.
And I'm actually sticking back at the keep and telling Ulbrin and Nim that they can get safe passage out through the certain temple I went to. And so I'm sending them and his bird out. My bird's staying, obviously. But other than that, I'm not going with them, but I'll give them like all the stuff to sell, like obviously all that information. I don't need anything in particular, so I'm just going to stay behind in the keep.
Okay.
I guess on our way back, Richter would ask you if you want to stop somewhere and maybe grab a couple of potions since you went down in the last fight.
I have 8 potions on me, and I think that the DM has like a rule right now about potions and how many we can carry.
Yeah,
You can only carry
So just-
5 on your person right now.
yeah, I've got
Well,
5 myself.
I technically have 8 on
Well, yeah.
me.
You can only carry 5 into combat.
Yeah, like put 3
Okay,
into your
so-
bag and it would just take longer to take out, I think, is what he said.
Okay.
You basically can only have like you can have 5 on you to like take off your belt and drink. If you use up those, then you have to reach into your bag and take an extra action to do. Because the main thing is that like I don't want to get to the point where it's so ridiculous that you guys are basically invincible because all you have to. Oh look, I'm just gonna take another potion. Oh, I'm not dead. I'm taking a potion. And it's like, well, then there's literally no point to combat whatsoever. So.
Hey, I died in the last combat even with potions, so...
Yeah, but at that stage, I was literally just pouring potions down your throat.
Yeah, but that was still illegal.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I'm just saying is that was kind of silly. It was like you don't need to do any death saving throws. There's no worry about ever oh I'm down, but who cares because I'm never gonna die because we have an infinite supply of potions to keep everybody up. And it also kind of like defeats the purpose of clerics because it's like, well, you don't really need anybody to heal because just take a potion.
Yeah, so if I were to go out and pick up a...
Oh,
Go on.
I did want one thing, and I would have told them before they left. Climber's kit.
We have one.
Because on the... Well, we need multiple because on the ship, specifically... Aster and I talked about this, that the place that Richter needed to go would need climbers kits. I remember having a conversation about that, so we're going to need climbers kits. And so I would have told them that and sent them off with some money to do so. So I at least need a climber's kit. I don't know if anybody else has one, but I remember in the last episode we spoke about the fact that I think even you brought it up, Matt, that where we were going was going to need climber's kits. If we were going to ever do that. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly, but...
Oh yeah, because we're crossing a mountain.
Well, the way that you were going probably would have required it, but if you're not going the same way now, you may or may not.
Yeah, but I'd still request a climber's kit.
Yeah, so I was going to pick up some plate, trade in the splint. So would I be able to trade in the splint for 100 to bring down the cost to 1400?
What are you picking up?
Armor.
Yeah, but what type of armor?
Plate. And trading in splint.
Is it half plate armor?
No, full plate.
Full plate.
It's 1500 for the full plate.
Yeah, I said they'll give you for 1400 to trade in the splint.
Yep, that's fine. I shall sort that out now. So delete
Anybody see
that.
climber's gear? I don't know why the hell I can't find it.
It should
Okay.
be in it. Yeah, I've got it as climbers.
Oh,
kit.
there it is. Yeah, I got it. It's 25 gold.
So we want another 2, so I can sort that out in a second. So plate.
And what spell scroll are you selling?
It was, I think it was Dispel Magic.
Not that one. Astrid has that one.
So was it Hold
Although she
Person?
hasn't given it. The
The one-
fear one.
Yeah, the fear one is the one you were talking. I think it's level 3
Yeah.
or 2.
Yeah, fear is a level.
So, Jesus Christ, I've got too much money.
Given the current state of affairs in Oman, they will give you 200 gold for that spell scroll.
I think at this stage that's probably fine. So climbers kit, 2 climbers kit is 50, so I'll just sort that out here. So, and I'll change that to 3 climbers kits. Yeah, looks like at this stage I've got too much money.
Yeah, I'd be willing to buy some for myself.
So it's 200 for the scroll. Like I said, it's the chainmail. It's the let's see, what was it? It was the jewelry. It's,
And I'll just say that I gave you like 30 gold for the climber's kit.
I'll just say 25, and I'll put 25 back onto my sheet.
Okay.
What potions do they have available at the store?
Yeah, I would bring him to Gilmore's.
Or better question is Gilmore's open?
Gilmore's is currently open. They have a. They're very reluctant currently to sell a whole lot, simply because they don't feel comfortable selling things that are magical that are technically at the moment not magical. So they are limiting the things that they sell to very low level things, just on the off chance that for whatever reason, they do believe, they have tested it, that things once they leave the dome, they do appear to regain their abilities. However, they don't want to get caught into the liability of selling something and then having somebody come back and say this doesn't work, and then have to recoup that. So they're not selling anything particularly expensive at the moment, just for that very reason, because it's just not good business on their half, and they don't want to open themselves up to any sort of liability issues. So basically, you could probably purchase a couple of just regular healing potions. Aside from that, they do have a potion of growth if you want to make yourself enlarge.
Do they have any goggles of the night?
They do not.
Shit.
Potion of growth.
Yep. Basically, just cast the enlarge spell on yourself for 1d4 hours. So you just roll for how long it would last.
Yeah, I'll buy one. And many-
the potion of growth would be 150 gold.
okay.
What low magic items did he have apart from potions?
How many? Yeah, but how many potions are they willing to sell me?
They'll only sell you 2 regular health
Norms?
potions.
Yeah, I'll buy those 2, and the growth potion, and be done.
Here, I will potion of growth in your inventory here.
That's what I'm doing, is adding it.
I'll say, yeah, it should be in there now. You didn't already add it. They do have a couple of other potions. They currently have a potion of giant strength. This is a potion of stone giant strength. That would boost your strength to 23 for 1 hour. And they have a potion of water breathing.
Giant strength, eh?
That potion would be 600 gold.
Sure, why not? Day says, I have no concept of money.
In all fairness, with that amount of money, you don't really need a concept of money.
Yeah, not for quite some time. So you can add that one and then just mark it somewhere because it'll list all the different strength modifiers, whatever giant it is. So this is a stone giant. So second one.
Do they have any sending stones?
They do not. Those are extremely rare.
Shit.
I don't even remember where Vox Machina got theirs.
I think they had them before the show started.
Did they?
I'm pretty sure because I remember Tiberius saying that he was the one who had them made.
Because I feel
he
like
made them into earrings.
I was gonna say I feel like that may be originally may have been a Pathfinder thing because it's not technically a real thing in 5e. It
is a Pathfinder thing.
Yeah,
it was in an article Mercer had wrote.
So they had a number of things that were. I mean, obviously, Saren Ray is a god in Pathfinder, not in Dungeons and Dragons. So
you said that was Stone Giant.
Yeah, Stone Giant. So it'd be 23 year strength. Give me a second here. Let's see what else they've got. Just gotta roll this up here.
Yeah, and if you haven't really got anything, I'll just be transferring gold into platinum to try and get rid of some of this sheer amount.
I do have one weapon that you might be interested in. But it's a great sword. It's a two-handed sword.
Barbarian.
I know. Like I don't make the rules. I just roll for them. So it is the Giant Slayer. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls with this magic weapon. When you hit a giant with it, the giant takes an extra 2d6 damage of the weapon's type, and must succeed on a DC 15 strength saving throw or fall prone. And then it says, for the purposes of this weapon, giant refers to any creature with the giant type, including Ettins and Trolls.
So, question, how long does it take to shave down a weapon?
Can you shave
down a weapon? I'm pretty sure that would pretty much just destroy the magical part of the weapon.
Because I know it was mentioned, again, Percy was thinking about doing it with Craven Edge.
But they never did it, because I don't think you actually could.
Okay. Well, unless I somehow gain the ability to one-hand swing a greatsword, probably not.
Well, that's the only weapon I rolled, so.
My one last one will be, are there any Boots of the Winterlands?
Boots of the Winterlands.
Ooh.
It gives you cold damage resist, ignore difficult terrain on snow or ice, and you can tolerate temperatures as low as 50, or if you wear heavy clothes, as low as the -100.
So you want to be a Goliath, basically.
We're going over mountains.
I would say they don't currently have them, but they could make them for you.
Not staying around. Never mind. And I'll go outside and wait for Dees.
Of course, they would also have to leave the city to make them, or at least leave the district to make them. But if you want, I mean, you could put like a deposit down, and they could make them, and you could pick them up later if you wanted them.
No, hoping not to be in mountains too many times.
Okay. Also, how many items do you currently have that require attunement?
Me, one.
One. Okay.
I believe so. Yeah, I think just the staff of defense.
Yeah, I think that's the same for me. I've got the boots of the Winterland. The boots of the Wild.
Yeah.
Should I say? I might as well give these to Richter.
Well, then after all that's done, on the way back, I just want to stop in to like a tailor and get like heavier robes and like I'll get a few sets of each, like just heavier robes and boots and stuff like that.
I think I already did that on my turn last time we were here.
Yeah, I think
right?
you did. So just mark off a gold for all that right there.
Like a few sets of them.
Yeah, I mean, clothes aren't that expensive.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, relatively speaking, I mean, like you guys are like basically millionaires at this point, so like for the average person.
yeah, I'm just gonna convert 5,000 gold into platinum.
I did
Yeah, 'cause,
4,000.
like a gold a day would be a good wage for most people, like a really good wage for most regular people.
Do they have ink and paper?
Yeah,
Okay.
But it's
How much
non-magical.
can I get?
they probably have about 300 gold worth of each.
Okay. So I could take 600 gold off, so I'll just take off 60 platinum. Okay.
So that's 500 platinum then. Wow.
Ooh. An additional 5 feet of movement.
So that's with all that coin I've just had, I've just dropped down from £111 to £20.
You actually, you actually went to a bank to exchange it, or you
Yeah.
just-
From
Would be a
gold
bad
into
idea.
platinum.
I'm not that strong, so I probably would want to do the same.
Yeah, well, Richter would have done the same too, so he would have showed you where it was.
Yeah, you guys can kind of just convert everything into whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
I'm not particular about like encumbrance anyway, but whatever.
But it's just in general, that's a lot of coin to be jingling around
It
with.
is. It is. Yeah.
I mean,
I
still,
think it's funny that you guys are level 7 and you guys do feel rich, but well, it was still not as rich as we were in the other game because we sold that stupid book at like level 4 or whatever. We had like 400 platinum. Like it was or more than that. It was like 2,000 platinum or something. It was ridiculous.
that was. I think I only bought like a +1 rapier and a bag of holding. Everyone else is buying like rings of mind shielding and other shit.
Yep.
I just have an aversion to spending money.
Keep it up, you guys would be like, yeah, I would just like to buy the Central District. How's that?
Well, if we keep it up, we might be able to use that stronghold and followers.
Yep, I did get that. That one's like, I like it, but man,
It's
Koval
a lot.
Well, exactly. Like Koval, like I swear, like he's amazing, but he's also like the most detail-oriented like person in the world. And I'm like, God, you'd have to like spend like 2 months. It's 256 pages to learn to like. This is how you would, like take over a stronghold, and this is how you would get it, and this is how much it would cost, and this is. It's like, oh my God, it's so in depth. It's like you'd need a month just to read it all.
I mean, at the very basic, we technically air quotes have a stronghold. We could turn it into an establishment like the bottom, but that's still a lot of messing around.
Yeah. I mean, like those are the kind of things that like the way that it's written is like that would be like a main focus of the campaign is like you guys like maintaining and building it and doing and like people attacking it and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's just like a lot.
Oh, I would like to buy a fishing rod. Or some hunting gear.
I think there's like hunting traps.
Fishing tackle would cost a gold.
Okey-doke.
Hunting trap would be 5 gold.
Oh, we've got a trap. I was just thinking if we're going to be traversing the wild for some time, I'd like to have at least options in hunting.
As Dace would remind you, or I would remind you, don't worry, I got your back.
Fair enough.
If you were a barbarian, you would have like come with hunter traps. Part of your name.
I mean, I came with an explorer's pack, which I've still technically not used most of it. So yeah, if we've got a fishing tackle, I'll leave that. But yeah, unless anyone else has got anything they really want.
All right. Well, if anybody doesn't have anything else, what we'll do is take a quick break. Someone go grab a drink.
Sounds good.
All right. We're back in a second.
You ain't gotta worry about food and water.
No, I wouldn't think so, because we have 100 days worth of MREs.
You don't even need to worry about those.
Wow, what have you got? Oh yeah, that helps.
That's out of game, of course.
Oh yeah. But most of us have, well, I don't mean have survival as skills. We have hunting equipment and other stuff.
And clerics can conjure water and
But that's a waste of a spell.
stuff like that. But yeah.
But yeah, it looks like we'll be at least sorted for basic needs. Yeah, I really couldn't believe how much the weight of gold just jumped down. Honest to God, it went from like 112 to 20. But now I'm just walking around with 540 platinum pieces. Oh shit. Where's the group pot as well? I might as well do it for that as well. So get an extra 25 platinum
Having
pieces
silver
in there.
and having actual gold, bit of everything in the group pot is fine.
Oh, technically, I added the 6,000 silver coins into gold.
Well, yeah. Because every 10 silver equals a gold.
Yeah.
So, I mean, having like 60, 70 silver ain't gonna hurt.
I was thinking about converting at least, the 2,000 of the gold into platinum. So that's...
Yeah, there you go. Gives you 200 gold. Plat.
205 platinum. Like I say, it's just a case of, as we're converting stuff around, might as well do it for the group pot as well.
All right.
Just one thing quick. Is there any amount of potions of healing that Astrid could have grabbed?
Does she want mine?
No, she's got some. She just wants a bit more just in case her travel is long to keep in her bag.
I would say you'd be able to get a couple of the regular ones.
Like 2, like, days?
2, yep.
Okay.
So just 100 gold.
Would we all, or is everyone back?
I think so.
Yep.
Well, once everyone did group back up, Richter would tell them all about how the Lyceum is kind of making sure they still have the ability to use magic inside their area.
Yeah, Astrid looks visibly upset at this point.
It seems the best course of action is to possibly leave the city for now.
I agree.
Yes, I do like that. Gets going and figuring out where Trike is would be the nice next step.
So, do we
Where are
wish?
we gonna go?
Do we wish to take a boat back to the Verdant Expanse, or should we head south via the land?
Also, did I told them where to go, but did Ilbrin and Nim leave?
Yes, they did.
Okay, then I would have taken my falcon,
Okay.
and I'll take my falcon with me.
And as you guys are talking, Richter's going to kind of look to everyone and say, we don't all have to rush off to Trike. I understand. If that's not where the group is headed, we can figure something out.
Well, we cannot head to Isilra because the skyport is under a magical dome. So that rules out, unfortunately, Astrid's family.
You could take a regular boat.
That seems like it would take an extraordinarily long time.
I did take a boat here, but I know my family are strong. I know they are working against this. I think there is time.
And we know for a fact that you do wish to head to find Trike. I know you wasn't too pleased when I said to come back to Imon to at least prepare.
I think you're hearing or taking what I'm saying wrong. I'm going after Trike. I just don't want all of you to feel obligated to rush into it.
Well, as you've been ignoring some of the threats against your life, don't know if you've realized that. So, I will be following you where you go. Whether you like it or not.
Before we
kinda
started
just
the volcano, where were we going to begin with?
South.
I believe our original destination would have been Syngorn and figure it out from there.
Syngorn.
Yes.
I was heading that way.
The only thing really we need to figure out is whether we take a boat to the Verdant Expanse and head east, or we head south from Imon past the Emerald Outpost down to Syngorn and head east.
At this point, I think it might just be easier to take the road. Otherwise, we would have to go out through the forest to get to Syngorn, if it is still there.
At least we would be going through the road in the forest. If we get dropped off on the coast, we're walking through the forest without any sort of way to follow.
Very well. Should we look into hiring either a cart or some horses?
We have disposable money. We can get a cart with horses.
A covered cart would be nice. Maybe something big enough for you, Laylis?
I'm still comfortable with running along next to it, because we did have a cart and horses at one stage. They
I
just
think
got
it's still in Crackhammer.
no, they're in Zephyra.
Yep, and Zephyr.
But yes, that would be easy enough to arrange, and we can head south towards the Emerald Outpost and down to Syngorn.
Have any of us ever traveled that road before? Do we know if it's like a good road for the carts and stuff, or would we be better off just each getting a horse?
I don't think any of you have traveled the road, but
Okay.
it would be, for the most part, it would be capable of having a cart.
Yeah, because isn't it a trading outpost to a degree as well?
So, in some respects, it's not anywhere near as traveled as like the Silvercut roadway, but just because Syngorn, as you've all seen, is not always there, so it's not, as often traveled. And Syngorn's pretty much the only thing that anybody ever goes down there for.
I guess I can head to the stable and round up a cart with some horses.
Astrid would come with. I think that would be for the best.
Then
All right.
let us be on our way.
So, if you're buying another covered wagon carriage, it's going to be 100 gold.
Astrid would buy that.
We can take it out of the group funds. This is plenty.
And then
But
if you-
Astrid spent money from the group funds to get her whatever cloak, so she's offering to get the cart.
and then it would be another 100 gold for a couple of draft.
That's it.
Roberto, get the horses.
I mean,
Oh, actually, yeah. Never mind. Yeah.
I'm just clicking it again. We've got
Technically, for the whole bit, it would be 204 gold that we want to be.
well, I said we have quite a bit to spend out the group pot to cover it.
Yeah, 204 is the total, because you have to buy the bit and bridle.
Astrid's already paid for the cart.
So 104. Yeah, then I guess we're all good to go.
So everybody do a... Let me just think about what the best thing would be.
I'm just going to run next to it. See, you laugh, but that's what I've been doing the entire goddamn campaign.
Yeah, but out of character and out of game, you're gonna exhaust yourself.
Yeah, we should get a war horse or something for you.
I mean, haven't
It's fine.
haven't I actually walked and jogged across the entire continent?
Plate armor adds an entire new spin.
Yeah, that's a different scenario now that you are wearing full plate armor.
Can we get a horse big enough to pull him?
I think we can get a cart big enough for us all.
Or you can get him a chariot that he can just ride by himself.
Yeah.
Richter would throw in extra money if we could get a bigger cart.
And didn't I own a war horse at one stage?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
totally Zephyr too.
God damn it. We have all this
That's
cool shit and...
Warhorse is 400 gold. Warhorse costs more, like 4 times the amount that a carriage does. Because
I'll
you
chip
remember,
in.
Grog had a warhorse that he ended up like killing because he rode it too hard.
I mean, we've even got like horseshoes of speed, which we've never used as well.
Yeah, I can go in on a war horse for Layla.
I'll just pay for it myself. I've still got enough to cover it.
And if you want, you can put those, have them put those horseshoes on for you as well for an extra gold.
Yep, sure, why not?
So here's my suggestion. So maybe you guys won't just throw this stuff away. Name your horses so that they matter to you, so that you don't just leave them in a city somewhere.
I shall call him Silver.
There you go.
Do I even have a horse?
Currently, no, but
Or am I
currently you have 2
cart?
draft horses. So
I
they're
will
just-
pass on the horse.
I can ride a horse.
Richter's in his ass in the cart.
I mean,
Okay,
if you want to buy a separate horse, then you can.
No, I mean like I can drive the cart.
Oh.
Like I can actually ride one of the horses up front. I have good animal handling.
Oh, there's more than enough room for everybody in the cart, aside from Lilith.
Yeah, but somebody has to drive the horses.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be sitting on the horse to drive it. There would just be like a seat on the cart.
Oh, okay.
Bench.
Then I guess I'm the one driving the cart.
So that's what the horseshoes of speed do. Oh shit.
What do they do? I don't even remember.
They increase the creature's walking speed by 30 feet.
Nice.
So I've got a warhorse who can go at stupid speeds.
It will serve you no purpose because you've got 2 beasts of burden pulling a cart. But hey, at least you got some use out of them.
Time and place.
If one of us needs to hop on him and run back somewhere quick, that's always good. Yeah, I guess I'll be the one driving the horses then, if I have the best animal handling. So.
Yeah, Richter's not good with animals, like
Yeah.
at all.
Well, if
I'll
you
Astrid
recall, in
is-
our very first game, or I guess it was the first game, maybe the second one, where Oberyn kept falling off the horse because he kept
Yeah,
failing.
but I can drive the horses.
Astrid is fine with animal handling as well, so she can trade off whenever necessary.
Okay. Names for the horses?
I've already called him Silver.
Oh, yours is Zorro?
No, Silver. Like high
Oh,
hole
Silver.
Silver. Yeah.
Well, then I guess R2 will be platinum and gold.
I just need to figure out how fast a warhorse can go.
I can tell you, you actually have it.
It's in the compendium.
What is it? Okay. I was just looking into PHP.
Don't know how I can roll that high on animal handling, but can't do
A
shit for
war horse
perception.
is 60 feet plus your extra 30.
So I've got a
90 feet of move.
Jesus, that's pretty quick.
It has 3d10 plus 3 HP, an 11 AC, and it has attacks it can do.
Oh shit.
Trampling charge. And melee attack hooves.
The stupid thing is, we're probably going to lose this when we go over the mountain.
That's why Richter just wanted to get a cart with a couple
Just-
horses.
Just FYI, there's an entire count running for Critical Role on carts they've left behind, vehicles they've left behind, horses they've left behind, all kinds of shit they've left behind. So we're not the only ones. Just to put that out there. Maybe one day we'll get our cart back.
There are some spots where you could probably make it through the mountains with less of a problem. But you'd be going through
Well-
forests, so it still wouldn't be easy.
And I have to say, with my animal handling check, I rolled a natural 19 and a natural 20. So I'd say I hopefully could steer the cart in the most comfortable way.
Well, you're going to be on a road for the time being, so yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unless Leoth is just gonna jet out in front of us and try and go by himself. I mean, I figured he'd
yeah.
be staying with the cart.
I leave this conversation at top speed.
Everybody do a history check. Except for Astrid and Ace. You guys wouldn't know anything about it because you're not from here.
Nope.
Alright, so Zameen, you know that on at least the direction that you guys are going towards the Emerald Outpost, you would know that the Emerald Outpost itself is considered somewhat neutral ground. It is a sort of an outpost of reserves that serves as both a lookout point. It's kind of a dual owned outpost where you have people from Iman and people from Syngorn kind of have a little bit of an alliance there where they both are sort of like it's a halfway point between the two places, and they just kind of keep watch and they look out for each other's interests there. It's a relatively large outpost as far as that's concerned. There is a population of about 1,500 people, which is not that much smaller than Drenna, actually. It is made up of mostly elves. There are actually very few humans, and the humans that are there are the representatives of Iman, basically. The people that you would know that you do, it's kind of a stopping point, but people generally don't like to stay very long. It's not really a place for trade, and people usually kind of feel there's a bit of tension there at all times, just because of Syngorn and Iman are allies, but they still aren't best friends, I guess would be a way to describe it. Particularly if you're not an elf, you would feel out of place there. So all of you would feel, although Dace is half elf, so he would, although he, if we're judging based on his picture at the very least, he tend to look more like a human than he does his elven heritage. So.
He's a fake elf.
Doesn't quite have the pointed ears there.
Would I know how they feel about Genasi?
It's pretty much non-elves. Doesn't really make much difference whether it's humans or not. It's just if you're not an elf.
Well, I'm relying on Layla for this.
They're not treated necessarily badly. They're just pretty much given the cold shoulder. But that's kind of the way that elves treat everybody for the most part. So it's not entirely out of the ordinary, because you'll get the same thing in Syngorn.
Well, and even with her placement, she's always sort of felt the same way, Zameen, because her father was pushed out of the city and sent to Stilben. She's half, so kids made fun of her. People still whisper behind her back about the fact that she's not quite human, so she's kind of used to being picked on for racial shit.
Matt, what would be the logistics of hiring 2 hirelings?
Like hiring mercenaries?
Well, like, say once we get to a point where we can't take the cart and the horse any further, if
You
we
want them back with them?
yeah, we can just tell the hirelings to go back to Iman with our stuff. Or with our horses at the very least.
You actually may be able to do that in Syngorn, given your elven upbringing. Maybe.
So you want a couple of manservants?
Well, the reason why I'm asking, because I know in the PHB you can get a competent one for a gold a day, or just a random one for like a silver piece a day.
Yeah. And by the way, Dace does have pointed ears.
You chose poorly on your picture then.
No, if you look at it, he does have pointed ears. Look at it.
Well, to me, he looks like Ghost Rider, but that's neither here nor there. Slightly pointed. At best.
What the heck?
Yeah, see, Ilbrin has pointed ears.
Yeah, as an elf.
No, he's a half elf.
Well, I didn't make the drawing.
I know. I'm just saying.
If you want me
what
to,
the
I can
heck?
draw. I can draw. Like redraw your character for you, just personally.
That's fine.
But yeah,
I do usually draw my own characters, so.
I'm willing to part with money to hire 2 skilled hirelings for the journey, at least as far as we can. Then once we can't take the cart and the war horse any further, to send them back.
That's actually really smart. I support that 100%. And I would help pay for that. Because I don't want to lose any more. At least we could send them back to our keep.
Precisely, that's what I'm thinking. Like I say, if we can, if we have the options there to hire people to help us, we have coin available to do this. Why not actually take advantage of it?
What page is that?
That is, I think it's under services. 1 second.
Yeah, I'd pull it up, but it's under a stack of shit right now. But
Yeah.
I was looking for it in the Dungeon Master's Guide, but which it should be.
I think it's in the player's handbook.
Yeah,
he said it was Player's Handbook, so.
I've seen it a few times before. I can't remember off the top of my head
I know,
where it is.
like as you mentioned it, I know I've seen it before too. I just
Here you
couldn't
go.
remember.
I've got it up page 160 on the PDF. Services. Hirelings skilled is 2 gold pieces per day, and untrained is 2 silver pieces per day.
Yeah, hire the skilled because we want them to get back to where they're going.
So like I said, we all, between all of us, have a lot of coin, so I'm sure it's something we can afford to pay out to keep our shit instead of just leaving it behind somewhere.
And don't we have people? Hold on, don't we have people also at our keep guarding it, or did we?
We got rid of them.
Well, the hirelings,
Okay,
we could
so-
technically use them to guard the keep while we're gone as well.
Exactly. So we'd need to give them a certain amount of extra money that when they got back, that they would also not only have the horses, they would feed them, they would take care of them, and also take care of the keep partially. So we are going to need to give them more than just the traveling fee. We're going to need to give them a bonus to
Yeah.
take care of shit while we're gone.
So is that something you would let us do?
Yeah, and I'd gladly give for that because that's definitely something that she would want.
I think
And in between now and the next game, I'll come up with who they are. But for now, we'll just say that you hired those dudes.
Bill and Ted.
Yeah, Bill and Ted.
yeah.
It is an excellent adventure, so
I
and death is probably here.
I will make them a couple of gnomes and gnome barbarians. It'll be great.
Oh god, not another Ridwis.
So, oh god. So, the trip all the way here and the trip all the way back, plus the bonus for, let's say, a week, taking care of not only the horses, the feed for the horses, the cart, and taking care of the keep. How much is that going to cost?
It would be much more than a week.
Oh, and promise of future
Okay,
payment
so-
when we get back.
A month. Let's just say a month. And let the DM calculate all of this in his head.
If I
Well,
was,
a month for 2 would be 60 gold per month.
Okay.
so
I'm
if,
sure you just got to figure out the distance traveled, like, for time.
so if I gave out like 40 platinum pieces to cover us for the entire time plus extra.
Oh, that's too much. That's too much. Let's wait until he figures out what it is. Because I'm gonna pay it.
Or we can put towards. We've all got plenty of coin.
So
Yeah.
to get from Iman to Syngorn will take you roughly 20 days.
Okay.
This is another 80 gold. 40 gold, so 100 altogether so far. Plus.
And then plus when they if we decide to send them back. So we've already expended 40 gold. Right? So what if we get to the point that we need to send them back, What's the cost? Obviously 40 gold to get back, but then feed, clean, take care of horses, take care of the keep. And do we want them to go out and hire guards?
No,
No.
there could be guards.
Okay.
We don't have anything there anymore. It's not like we left a lot of stuff there.
And I mean,
Yeah, because the Nimble Right's gone and Ilbrin should be gone.
the way that I see it, if we're paying for a skilled hireling, they should be able to at least look after a building for, or not let it become run down.
I think that's.
If you're going off the 2
so-
gold per day, it seems like it would be like 160 to 200-ish.
I'll pay 200 gold.
Or do 100 apiece.
Okay, I'll pay 100.
All right, and so technically, feed for the horses would be 5 copper pieces per day.
And so if we were gone a month, that's 30 copper pieces, which would be 3 silver. So I'll pay the 3. All right. Taking off my sheet.
I mean, yeah, I know. I put it in chat a few days ago and deleted it because it was a bit pointless. But technically, as a knight variant of a noble, I get like, or I'm supposed to, but I don't really see the point of them. Like 3 retainers.
Oh, like a squire.
Yeah, or like a squire and 2 retainers. It's like, what the bloody hell am I going to do with them? Apparently, I found a use for them.
And I know. And no one's
If you,
half
go
the
back,
battle.
if you go back to Lyringorn, you might be able to get some, but you didn't take any with you, so.
Yeah. Like I said, at the time, it's like, what bloody hell do I need 3 people following me around for?
So, Matt,
You
you
can
said it
always
was
send
going
them
to
a letter, and hey, Gancho, you can always send them a letter and let them come watch your place.
be... Matt, you said it was going to be 20 days there?
Yep.
All right. Well, can I take my time, like, just sit on the back with my feet hanging off the cart and copy some spells over that? Because I have, from very close to the beginning of the campaign, a spell book that I grabbed from some library, and I have a spell from there I could copy, and then 2 spells from the dungeon book I could copy.
Yep.
It will always also leave me with only 9 days left to learn Draconic.
Yeah, and that puts me at 213 days out of 250 for my wood carving stuff.
I'm 11 days away from tinkering.
Astrid is steadily learning Sylvan.
Richter would help you with that on the journey.
But yeah, is that...
As I hear you trying to speak Draconic, I just kind of perk up and listen.
Hold on, I had 29 days trying to learn Draconic Mark. Does that mean I was 29 days in?
Yeah.
Or I had
29
29 days left?
29
okay,
days
so
in.
I only have 9. I only have 9. Or how many days left then do
Takes
I have?
250 days. You started on the 8th of this week.
Yeah.
So you
So-
have a ton, because you just started like a month ago,
Yeah.
about a half ago. So right now, by the time... We'll say that you guys aren't there yet, but let me just do the math here.
Just about to say, yeah, I think that was a good idea by days. If I have time to send a letter to Lyringorn, even though I don't know how Imon would get one up there.
It's been, you have 51. You'll have, when you reach Syngorn, you will have 51 days completed for Draconic.
Who's trying to learn Draconic?
Simi.
Okay, 51 days completed for Draconic
So you'll need.
towards.
199 to go.
Okay, and since I forgot to stop by and check my letters, in Iman, on the way I will cast Sending to my father and ask him if he's gotten my letters and if he has any advice. Later that day, I will also cast Sending on the vampire and ask him how he's doing, if he's faring well, and basically, does he need assistance, and let him know we've left where we were.
So your father responds that he hasn't gotten your letters, but he's not currently in Stillben. He is in Wildmount at the moment, traveling back. He got hired on a crew to make a delivery. And the vampire does not respond.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna keep responding anymore.
Just trying.
And Astrid will do her usual sending spell, etc., etc. But if anyone responds, you can just send that later. Because she sends to a whole lot of people now.
Does anybody want to talk to Ilbrin? Poor guy.
No, she's gonna add Ilbrin to her rotating list of people she contacts.
All
Yeah,
right, so
since she's gonna do Ilbrin, then I'll do my brother, who is up. That sounded terrible. That is up in Whitestone, and let him know that we are traveling with somebody, and we met a vampire. Sounds like something from Whitestone. His family used to live in Whitestone, and I'll cast 2 of these on that day, and say, family was from Whitestone. He used to live there. Any information seems like there could be a problem coming.
who are you talking about?
My brother,
Who are you describing to him?
I'm describing to him that we found a vampire named Malcolm. He's loose. Our party, because I've been keeping him sort of up to date a little bit through some stuff, but we're moving from Iman to somewhere else, Syngorn. One of our party members, Richter, there was a warning against him. Do you know anything about the vampires? Do you have any information? I know it's very, very, very faint that he would. He's just a blacksmith. But maybe he can ask around, and literally he's there, so maybe Percy or Keyleth or somebody would be there that he could... I mean, he's just a blacksmith. I don't know what he could do, but I'm just sending him information because maybe at some point he could get something to somebody important and be like, hey, there's now a new vampire loose. Or, hey, I'm getting information about this from another place. And my brother that is working in Whitestone, his name is Stefan Drevo. He's a gunslinger also, and he worships the Allhammer.
I got it all. Don't worry.
And then Matt, can I just do my rolls real quick for the magic mouth, conjure minor elemental, and hold person?
Yep.
All right. So I think hold person is the easiest one. I'll do that first. Ooh, failed.
Yes, very, very fail.
Yep. Hold person is level 1 or 2. Oh shit! I already have hold person. It's level 2. I thought it was level 1.
Yeah, hold person is level 2.
Okay, so then no, that wouldn't have been hold person. So the next one, I'll do conjure elementals.
Probably more useful than old person anyway.
And in Magic Mouth now. Okay. All right, and then that's all the scrolls and stuff I would have had.
Right. Second here. Okay, so going through just if we're going through what you normally do, Astrid. So on your trip there, you would get a response, and I don't think you told this to anybody. That you would have gotten this from your last one as well, but Zalia has left Kymel, and she is on her way to Zadash in Wildmount, and she's actually not quite there, but almost to Zadash. If you tell Valura about Malira, she is very concerned and states that she will be returning to Taldore to free her friend if she can. Your brother, Martin, doesn't have anything new to say, as per usual, because what's he going to do? He doesn't have he's just a kid, so he doesn't really have a whole lot going on. You do hear some... It's not clear. It's like a jumbled transmission, but you do hear some sort of garbled response from Trike. And Klaus will inform you that as far as Anna Maria, he did find out that there was someone by that name who had previously been living in Highgate. Or if all the rest of you will recall that Highgate is the
Yep.
odd kingdom in Isora, where strange things are happening.
Heading into Curse of Strahd territory.
Which surprisingly, I'm not a big fan of. Will not be adapting the Curse of
Yeah.
Strahd, so.
Yeah, not a huge fan either. I mean, it was a fun show to watch, but yeah.
It's like, and I was telling this to Richter, like, the thing I don't like, and the reason that I made Malcolm different, and the reason that I'm making all of it different, is that I find the vampires in 5th edition, well, really in D&D in general, to be very cliched and very boring. And so it's like, Strahd is just like the stereotypical cliched vampire. And it's
He's
just like,
Dracula.
He's Dracula, and it's like, it's just, it's boring.
Yeah, he is very, very Dracula.
So for me, one of the, like many things, and I've described this before.
Go the way of Alucard.
Well, it's more like I said, like a lot of what I've taken from, and I've mentioned this, and I feel comfortable doing it because Mercer does it himself, is that I've taken a lot of inspiration from the vampires that we'll be using from The Witcher, and I find their version of vampires to be extremely interesting, and that's where, like, you have elder vampires and lesser vampires and all that other stuff.
Matt did also tell me that they do shine in the daylight.
Yes, they do. They sparkle. Very teen romance kind of stuff.
Get that shit out of here.
Yeah, they get along great with werewolves. It's the whole thing.
Everybody hugs. They
but
fall
yeah.
in love with mortals.
The other thing I want to do, while I'm working on my tinkering, can I see if I can fix that music box?
Do a tinkering check. So
What would it be like? Would it be a dexterity?
yeah, Dex.
Wow.
Well,
Oh,
you
fuck me.
tried.
Springs just pop out everywhere, and it just kind of falls apart.
Curse upon your house.
Man, I read the Helsing manga and I started trying to watch the anime and I couldn't get through it.
Oh my God, the Castlevania. Have
Yeah,
you
the
watched
Castlevania on Netflix. That's pretty sweet.
Oh, dude, that's so badass.
It's
I
it's
cannot
funny
wait for
because
season
it's like
3.
an anime, but it's not actually anime. It's not a Japanese cartoon. They just made it look like
No,
one.
it's fucking hilarious too.
Which
Like
is funny too because Castlevania itself is is Konami, which is a
Mhm.
Japanese. It
Yeah.
started in Japan and they didn't even actually make a real anime out of it.
But no, it's a great, hilarious, and awesome adaptation. If you have not watched Castlevania on Netflix and you have Netflix, or I'll give you a login to Netflix, whatever, watch Castlevania.
Yeah, it's good.
It is awesome.
Although that's the other thing. Also, just Alucard in and of itself is also just because obviously he's been adapted into many different forms. I mean, he's in Castlevania obviously, and he's Helsing as Alucard as well. Just the
Yeah.
idea that it's like they were so like I'll just spell Dracula backwards. It's like really
Yeah,
the
it's so
best-
funny. I remember quick story, sorry. Josh and I were in Korea and we were watching the actual anime for not Castlevania but the other one. And we were like on the subway and we were sitting there trying to figure stuff out and I literally was like Alucard.
Vampire
And I
Hunter
looked over
D.
at him and I Vampire Hunter D, thank you. And I looked over at him and I whispered in his ear, Alucard is fucking Dracula backwards. And he literally leapt out of his seat and was like, what the fuck? How did I not understand that? And it was so funny because he was so loud. And in Korea, everybody's very polite and extremely quiet. And like everybody on the train just looked at him. And I was like,
Vampire Hunter D is actually
eh.
too. Good.
But yeah. That's a good anime, but it was just like a funny memory that like I was like, oh, Alucard is Dracula backwards. Like and it's weird because like my brain literally like kind of just forced it out. And I just whispered it to him and like the whole he made a complete embarrassing scene. So it was kind of funny.
Okay, so back to the game. Richter, make a history check as you're making your way to Syngorn. Okay, so because I feel like you may be the only one that would really be, and actually, Lalith, make one too. All right. So both of you actually, and I'll say that you even heard a little bit about this in the Iman as well. Surrounding Syngorn, and mostly south in the Verdant Expanse, not really in the northern part of the forest where you'll be going, following the road, but essentially south where you see the Meyer Scar and south of there is more apt to have this be applicable, but there are a group of the best way to describe it, I guess, would be non-humans, but it's mostly just elves, a few half-elves, and a smattering of dwarves and halflings. But mostly, like 99%, we're talking elves. And they are, I will write this for everyone. That's actually pronounced N. The N Elian, just like E-N, N Elian. They are a group of elves, mostly. They are, I guess the best way to describe them would be sort of outlaws. They do roam the forest. They are of the belief that the elves themselves have been taken down too far as this is concerned, because the elves themselves were around even before the calamity, so they still view humans in particular. The reason that they can tolerate some dwarves is the dwarves were also one of the, I guess, originator races. Um, so they basically live in the forest the way that they believe that the elves always should have. And so they don't take kindly to humans in particular, but generally pretty much any races that are not dwarves and elves for the most part. Um, there are a few exceptions of halflings and gnomes, and partially because of the fact that they also live a very long time, so they kind of see a kindred, um, kindred spirits, I guess, so to speak. But for the most part, they would like to see the elves return to the dominant race and to destroy everyone else. So they are known to attack travelers. Um, so they are essentially just bandits for all intents and purposes, but they view themselves as something special. Um, and they have even been known, rumored to, at the very least, speak in a language that nobody really understands. It's essentially like I guess you could describe it as
Druidic
kind of,
or
well,
thieves' cant.
it's kind of like, it's more so like, even, I guess the equivalent would be something like Latin. Is essentially they speak a very ancient tongue. It's sort of like the precursor to all other languages. So it's essentially like Latin, where all of the English and Spanish and French and all them like sort of derive themselves from Latin, and so like Common and Halfling and Elvish and all of them sort of derived from the same sort of thing because they use a similar script. So they're essentially speaking this ancient sort of. It would be like trying to hear somebody speaking like Old English or Latin or something, where every now and then you might pick up a couple of words here and there, but for all intents and purposes, for the current world, it's essentially a dead language. Like nobody would really be able to understand it. It's not something that anybody teaches. It's not something that there may be some books out there that are written in this, but most people wouldn't be able to really read it. At least there would be a few, but they would be like scholars. Like at the Lyceum, there might be like a person who could read this, but they would even have a hard time speaking it or understanding it when it was spoken. Same way with Latin being a dead language, where there are people who can read it, but nobody really knows how to speak it anymore because nobody does. So it's just our best guess about how it would actually be spoken. However, this group is said to speak this language. So the reason that this is known is that like people that have survived their attacks have come back and told the stories of hearing all of this strange language before they're set upon. So some of the rumors that you've heard, and we'll even say that you heard a little bit of it all of you would have heard a little bit about it of the Emerald Outpost. That normally they are they stay south of Syngorn in the Mind Scar, so they're usually in this sort of like down here in this general area of the Verdant Expanse. But they have been moving further north, and they appear to be larger than what people are used to seeing.
Do I have any, or would he or anybody know anything about how they felt about elementals, since I'm technically part elemental?
Just like everything else, if you're not a human, they don't really. I mean, elementals, you might be a little bit safer an elemental, because elementals themselves, like true elementals, like the elemental plane, like that's pretty old shit too. So like, even so, it's less about, they try to play it off like it's it's basically they're just a bunch of racists for really. I mean, like that's what it boils down to, is that they believe that elves are great and that everybody else sucks, and so they think that elves have been discriminated against and they should be returned to their rightful place, and that everybody else is basically just a bunch of usurpers to their supposed throne, essentially.
In short, it sounds like Zamina and myself are probably the only ones got a chance.
Pretty much. I mean, because even Yeah, I mean everybody else, humans in particular, are the ones that would be targeted the most. Um, and you would there are other rumors, and again, these are not um, entirely substantiated because there isn't a whole lot of communication. But if you go all the way down to the very bottom of the map and you look at like Tizarm and all those other different cities, all of that general area, basically everything south of the river here and the Rivenfist jungle, so like south of that into the mountains, that's all run by the Iron Authority, and the majority of the Iron Authority are like orcs, and they are slavers. For the most part. So people don't go down there very often because there's not a reason to. So there also have been rumors that the N-Elian are in league with the Iron Authority, and so that there's the belief, and again, this is rumors. Whether or not this is actually true is up for debate. But the N-Elian are taking captives and then selling them to the Iron Authority.
Lovely. Sound nice.
The Iron Authority, like, we'll assume that you guys have all heard of them because they are, they're sort of the typical sort of bad guys that you would think of. So they're this, I guess, like you would call them like sort of they would be considered monstrous races, in that it is like it's a lot of orcs. It's hobgoblins are the actual majority of like the ruling class in Tizarm, which is like the capital of the area there. It's hobgoblins, it's goblins. There are orcs, and then there are a lot of the only ones that are not essentially those three races are the slaves that they have. So they are a empire essentially, but they are they are your stereotypical war mongers. So people always have kind of kept an eye on them. But if there's any threat to the realms of the humans and the dwarves and the elves in the north, it's them, because it's difficult. You look at the map; it's very difficult terrain, so it's hard for people to really keep too much of an eye on them and see what they're doing, because there's no specific trade route. Like everything is done via ship, so it's kind of secretive. So a lot of it is also just rumors and innuendo that you hear about them, but people stay away for good reason.
Sounds like a fun place.
So that's another thing, that if you guys are going into like maybe this general direction, that would be within the Iron Authority's realm.
Fun.
So we might have to deal with racists and slavers.
Yeah, good stuff.
Good thing Richter's in a bad mood. He's looking for a fight.
There are others within. There are, so you have the Ainelian, and there are also the Oroyin, which are similar in the idea of them going and living out in the woods like elves want to do. But they're more of the we just want to live in peace type of elves. And there are humans and other races that are within their group. So just as hey, we see elves in the trees, don't necessarily shoot them right away, because it may be them as well. So I will type them out there.
So don't shoot first, ask questions, never.
Yes. So the Oroyin are they're nomadic tribes as well. Again, mostly human and are mostly elves. There's some half elves and humans, and some others as well. But they're more of just like your If you think more of like the Native American tribes and traveling around, that's more in line with what they're like. Whereas the Ainelian are essentially bandits.
Sweet.
And yeah, once we get into the Verdant Expanse, Richter's gonna start trying to keep an eye out.
Right?
And Astrid would be sending or summoning Mir first and then sending him out to do rounds up in the air to see what she can see. Also, in the Emerald Outpost, she would have asked if they knew if Syngorn was actually there at the moment.
And they would tell you that it is.
Okay.
Richter would ask Astrid for one favor too, if she would cast sending to his mother and tell her to try to talk to the people at the Temple of the Raven Queen and see if she could start possibly staying there. There's money to give donations on the way.
She will do that.
So we're here at the Emerald Outpost then, correct?
I mean, if there's something that you want to do there, we can still be there. Yeah.
Yeah, the elves there. I would pull up my picture and ask them if they'd ever seen the person.
I think Emerald Outpost
Or
they have
novel.
not.
All right.
So, if you guys want to, for Mir and Richard, you said you wanted if you guys want to do perception checks while you're in the actual woods making your way to Syngorn.
Oh, I did good. We'll
Richter
just say
and who?
that was near the owl.
Mm.
Yeah, not that much better from near.
The people who were not saying they were going to roll all rolled really well. So you guys, the rest
Sorry,
of you,
I was eating dinner.
that's fine. All of you, you get little glimpses of like you feel like you see like a shadow moving that seems a little bit unnatural, but you don't really hear anything, don't really see anything else as you're making your way through. But as you approach, getting close to Syngorn, you actually do see the city that is there, and you see it is it's massive. It is a very large city that is against the Stormcrest Mountains, and it's got these 40-foot high walls that are covered in that are jade essentially. So there's these like green walls that have ivy hanging all over them, and you can see that there are. It's strange because it's a large city, but it almost looks like it grew out of the ground because the trees that are there, they don't, like when you look at a modern city like Iman, if it has trees, you can see that they were obviously planted there, but it's almost like Syngorn like grew up with the trees. The trees look like they're part of the city, not like they were cut down and then to build it and then they added some later. It looks like all one thing. It's quite beautiful. It looks like Syngorn actually grew up with the trees. And you can see that there are a number of entrances that you can go to if you would like. They are you can see that they all have these crests and these emblems of there's like a little crescent emblem on them, and most of you would have heard about that at the very least. This is viewed as a very it's a city of learning. It's a city of culture. People come here to bask in the knowledge of the ancient elves, essentially. But yeah, it's at one time it's both inviting and also imposing at the same time as you approach.
Well, Dace, it seems like you'll be able to look around for your mother.
My who?
Well, I assume it's your mother or your female friend, considering you're showing your picture to everyone.
Yeah, definitely. Jace will have to look around. She's bound to be here. I suppose I'd start here to begin with.
Well,
Are there like guards at the gates?
There are, and like many, and just like the Emerald Outpost, and similarly to the Anelian, the elves of Syngorn don't particularly like humans either.
Richter's gonna pull his hood up and just look to Astrid and kind of motion for her to do the same.
Yeah, she will.
I'm going to stay exactly as I am, even though I look human. Because I'm looking that Lilith will probably be the one to talk to them.
yeah.
And if they question me, I can either deflect with a shield or tell them to fuck off because I'm not completely human.
I should probably take point then.
All right, so you do approach, and you see that there's not for a city this large, you don't see as much traffic as you would see like coming in and out of Amon, which makes some amount of sense. You would know that Syngorn, because of the way that it, disappears for weeks and months at a time, it doesn't have regular trading, but it does trade a bit with Iman. You would also know that it does not trade at all with Craghammer. In fact, the elves of Syngorn and the dwarves of Craghammer do not get along at all. It actually dates back to when Drasig first appeared, the first human warlord king, basically. Syngorn supported him, and Drasig was not very nice to the dwarves, and the dwarves have basically never forgiven the elves of Syngorn for supporting him. So they do not trade, they do not speak. So you would all know just probably not to bring dwarves up at all.
Seems like a good plan. Hale.
They just do a little head nod at you. What brings you here?
We are visiting and trying to gain some information before we move on.
Information about what?
My friend here is looking for someone, and I am currently looking for 2 family members that may have passed by. Sontar and Vamir Lifal.
And the guards sort of just look at each other, and they then walk over and say, "We'll have to search your cart."
Very well.
So they go through and looking at all of your stuff and just kind of like looking up and down at the rest of you. And they're pretty thorough. It probably takes about 10-15 minutes or so for them to make it through all of the stuff. They motion you over that sort of off to the east of where you guys are. They sort of point, and you can see that there is a stable essentially where you could put your horse and your cart. They don't allow horses actually to go into the city.
Thank you.
Or at least they don't allow foreigners to bring their horses inside the city. You may see some inside.
Well, it's not too big of a deal.
So they have some stable hands that'll like come over and take everything from you. Um, it's probably about 100 feet or so. Um,
Yeah,
so I mean, it's not like super far.
it's not a huge deal having to get off a horse and walk into a city.
Yeah.
And are we allowed to just walk in?
Yeah, they let you guys go in.
Okay. So is this the first time any of you have been to an elven city before?
Oh yes, the only other place I was in was Vasselheim, so
This is my first time to Syngorn. I've been around many elves, but sadly, Drenna is mostly human and is a bit particular, just like this city. They prefer humans there, where apparently elves are preferred here.
Richter like is walking around, looks visibly uncomfortable.
Yeah, This is my first time to an elven city, and I'm a bit nervous.
There's no need to be nervous.
Nervous and somewhat anxious.
Yeah, Zameen is not intimidated at all. Or scared.
Astrid.
Because
Continue.
she's not fully human, and so if they test her patience at all, they can see, just without fighting, she can flare things up and make it obvious that she is not completely human.
Yeah, Astrid has not experienced any kind of that whatever discrimination, so she's looking around, grinning. She's quite happy to be here. It's an interesting place.
So one of the things that you notice right away, in the distance, the first thing that you all see is what is called the Emerald Citadel. It is a extremely large, imposing sort of castle that is made of this faded white marble that is also, like most things and most buildings, covered in this sort of growing ivy. The other thing that you notice is that there are surprisingly a few here and there. Now, by ratio, it's very, very small, but you do actually see a couple of humans walking around. You do even see a couple of halflings walking around. The majority of the things that you see, though, is that it seems like everywhere you turn, you see what you all would recognize just from your general knowledge, but and more just a sort of like, oh, okay, well, this is without being told this is who they are, you would recognize that there are a whole lot of wardens standing around, and they are it's almost like they're copies of each other from what you can see without really looking at them closely. They all look almost like it's the same person, where they're these very, very tall, they're both male and female, but they are very, very tall, very lithe, and this beautiful sort of gold and green armor. They are wearing these beautiful helmets as well that have like these visors that cover their eyes but not their mouths. And you can see some like long hair streaking out from underneath their helmets. And most of them are carrying large, essentially they're like pikes / glaives, where they're just a long weapon with a very beautifully intricate. It's not quite an axe, so again, think of more like a glaive, where it's just got this long, beautiful blade at the top of them, and they're all standing there basically at attention, all with their right hand have the staff on the ground with the blade standing up. And if you think of like the well, what the hell are they called? The guards for the king and queen, where they stand there and don't move.
The Buckingham Palace guards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a specific name for them. I can't think what it is.
It's
But
called Royal Guards, but there's a specific name for those types.
anyway, you know what I'm talking about. The guys that just stand there and do not move. Like their faces don't move. Their eyes are moving if you pay attention, but their heads don't turn. They're just standing there essentially like statues.
Unless
But
unless you flick them, and then sometimes they'll punch you in the face.
or they'll slice your head off with their giant glaives. But but again, like it is very striking because all of the women seem very similar in build, and all the men seem very similar in build. And actually, because they're elves, there's not that much of a difference between the two. But they're probably these elves are probably close to 7 feet tall, so they're quite imposing. But as I said, you see them, and it's striking how their features and their armor and everything, it looks immaculate. They just look absolutely stunning. It's very, very different than what you would see in Iman, where you've just got like just a dude who signed up to be part of the Iman guard. You know, this appears to be very well like you have to be an elite person, and you have to fit this type before we will allow you to join the wardens. So it's very strange. It's not anything that you've ever seen before. But the city itself is also just absolutely staggering. Where Iman does have beautiful buildings, and it is large, and it's got that sort of like coastal feel because it's on because of the port and everything. This is just like on a whole nother level. I mean, it's like a fairy tale basically. It's absolutely like nothing any of you have seen. Lalith, you recognize some of the architecture because like Lirangorn has a little bit of this, but Lirangorn's not in a forested area, so there is a bit more stone than Syngorn is, but it's not quite as staggering to you as it is to the rest of them because you've seen things that at least are similar to this. You still find it extremely beautiful, and it is different than Lirangorn, but it's not as strange to your eyes.
Zameen in the back of her head just keeps thinking she wants to spar with the guards and see what I guess what makes the cut here. But it's just all in her head as she's walking around looking at everybody.
And one of the other things that you notice about Syngorn is that it does have essentially wards similarly to the way that Iman does. So the different sections are sort of set off for certain things, but it's a lot harder to pick them out because the way that the city is constructed, the way that everything flows together, it's beautiful, but it's almost kind of confusing because everything just merges together. Whereas like Iman is very structured and very here's the walls for this place and here's the wall for that place. Whereas like you notice it when you look that there are certain districts within Syngorn, but it isn't quite as clear cut as Iman is. So the question is, of all the different places that you can go in Syngorn, where would you like to go first? Because there are a lot of places here.
I think Lalith would probably be pointing out either a governmental building where Dace could ask about if this person has lived here, or maybe the palace itself, so he can ask about his family.
Okay.
So depends on whether you wish to sort out Dace first.
Well, it depends on all what you guys decide that you want to do.
I'm going to handle my business, but I'll also go along with the party. I'll probably more likely, as we're about, just asking random people. Do you know this person? Have you seen this person?
Dace.
Layla, do you have any pull here?
Pull.
Random people that seem helpful.
Not in the sense of I have a lot of authority here. Most of what my air quotes authority would be in Lurengard, not here. But
It's an elf city and you were raised by elves, yes?
maybe my profession would grant me some pull, but I don't see it giving me quite a lot.
Okay, that makes sense. I just wanted to make sense of all of this. And she just kind of looks over all the buildings.
If you think this looks beautiful, you should see what the mountainous, snowy Lurengorn looks like.
I would definitely love to see that one day.
So the main district that you would go to would be the Tarn Ward, Tarn. The Tarn Ward is the central ward. It is where the commerce district is. So they do have markets and it's a little bit. I mean, they have inns and things like that. But one of the things that's a little bit different about it is that they don't actually have it's a market and they have inns and everything, but it's not essentially open during daylight hours. It actually the market only opens at nightfall. During the day, there is food, and you could go and like find a place to stay. But during the daylight hours, the elves they socialize. They actually spend a lot of their time meditating. Again, just a very strange world to what you guys would be used to. But at moonrise, the city is actually, or the ward is lit by the moon and by floating lanterns. And what's cool is that the streets themselves are completely silent, but there's a ethereal elven song that guides people through the streets. Elves and half-elves who are actually raised in Syngorn would understand it. Richter, you could probably cast Comprehend Languages and understand it. But basically what these voices and this sound does, it will actually direct you to the vendors that you're looking for.
These sounds, they're in Elven?
It is a language that is unique to Syngorn. So if you are not born here or raised here, you would not know this language.
Do speak Elvish.
Astrid, how much of a tourist do you look like?
Well, Astrid still got her hood up, but she's like looking around super wide-eyed, trying to take in everything.
Richter's gonna walk up to her and kind of like offer an arm out, and like when he gets close enough, just kind of lean in and I have always wanted to travel myself, but don't look like you haven't been here before. They don't. Not all of them like humans very much.
Well, I'm sure it will be fine if we don't cause too much trouble. And she'll grin.
And well, let's do a history check.
I'm walking separately, by the way, but I'm also sticking close by Lilith, but I don't have a hood up, and I'm just in my full regalia.
Lalith, you could tell everybody, you're not 100% sure of this, but you would tell everyone that you could assume that Syngorn very similar to Lurengorn, and in fact, you would believe that Syngorn would probably be even worse. Would recommend not purchasing things here, because you would know that they're probably going to overcharge everybody substantially. The one caveat being that everything that they would have here would be made here, which means that everything would be made by elves and be immaculately made and be beautiful and powerful, but it would also be
Tourist trap.
extremely expensive. Like way more than it would be. You could buy like the same thing for like substantially less somewhere else. Again, the caveat being that these things would be. This is like basically going to someone who is hand making things versus going to like am on to buy some stuff that was manufactured in China.
Yeah, going to Hermes versus buying a fake Hermes bag in the Chinese streets of Shanghai.
Exactly. That's what it is. So this is everything would be handcrafted. Everything would be absolutely stunning as far as its appearance. But even just regular things that would be, like a healing potion or whatever, it would still be significantly more expensive. But it would come in an elven-made bottle that was quite beautiful. So you would say that you would be able to let everybody sort of, you don't know this for certain, but if it's, you would just assume because Syngorn is similar in that respect, and you would imagine that Syngorn being the sort of capital of the elves, that it would probably be even worse here.
Yes, very pretty, but extremely expensive. So if you have your eye on something, just be willing to pay a pretty penny.
Did not expect to buy anything here, actually.
So if you
Traveling
ask,
cities mean traveling price.
so if I ask to buy something to drink, and they bring me a glass of water,
It will be an
I can
extremely
just take.
good glass of water, but it will cost you a lot of money. That's the
Unless-
concept.
You let them know that you're half elf, or
Oh, I think that would be
you've been here
obvious
before.
as I point to my ears.
I mean, maybe not. If you want water, I can always try and conjure water for you.
I guess that was a bad example. If I went to buy a potion of healing or some other thing like that, and they try to charge me exorbitantly, I guess I could just say, no, I don't want the bottle. I want what's in the bottle.
Here, I try and
And I
hand
pour it in
him
my own
a-
glass so I don't have to pay for their glass.
And I try and pass him a potion of healing. Here, I have 8 of them. If you want one.
Oh, thank you. I take
Okay.
all 8.
No, what? No! I didn't offer you all 8.
Oh,
That would be a struggle. You'd have to make some rolls here.
oh, okay. Well, here you go.
I'll give you 2. I'll give you 2.
But just in general, the stuff that you would buy would be of great quality, but the price would also be great. So just be forewarned if you do decide to look into buying something.
I mean, so according to the campaign setting, basically everything's 200% more expensive. So a 50 gold healing potion would cost you 150 gold in Syngorn, just as an example.
Look at that. Look at the prices on these healing potions, Jason. I just gave you 2.
You wouldn't
Look
technically
at
have
how
seen
lucky
that,
you are.
because it's still daytime technically, so the thing isn't
Okay,
there.
but think about how expensive it would be if you tried to buy these here, and I just gave you 2 of them. That makes us best friends.
Richter's going to approach Layla real quick, and perhaps if you and Dace can, do you know where you would go to try to find your family and his friend?
Oh, I have an idea of where to look for my family or information on my family. I don't know where in Syngorn, where their governmental building would be, to look for the names of civilians. But it shouldn't be too hard to find.
He's gonna just nod at you and just kind of like, well, he kind of looks around, and the only type of guards we see are those.
Yep.
All right, he's gonna be like, I would say ask a guard, but I don't think that would be very helpful here.
Are they off to the side, or can the rest of us hear them?
I'm right with Layla. I don't know where he was. I walked up to him.
I was literally arm in arm with Layla.
Oh, I thought you said you were off to the side, like not staying too far away, but.
No, I said I was like basically following Layla,
Well, we'll
like
just say it
arm
this
in arm.
way: Richter, did you want to pull out of the way to tell him this, or did you just walk up to him when he was standing next to
I
you?
just walked up to him.
Okay, so then yeah, you probably heard him.
Okay, then I just go up to the nearest guard that I can see, and I ask them where we can find out information about families of our party. We have people who are from elven cities, and we need to find out if there is a building where we can look for historical knowledge on their families.
And as soon as Richter sees her walking towards them and kind of gets what she's doing, he pulls his hood up more and like walks away a bit.
And it just sort of like gives you the side eye, but explains to you like, and he just kind of like the guy sighs and he starts to explain things with the intention that you'll go away and not talk to him anymore.
I'm not looking for you to explain things for me. I'm not human. I'm not sure if you've noticed, and I let my scars on my face flare. I'm here for a friend who was raised by elves.
And he stops you and puts his weapon to your throat and says, "I suggest that you watch your tone while you're in Syngorn. I don't care who you are. You will show the elves respect."
I am showing you respect. I'm asking you where this is.
And I was about to tell you before you started to do whatever the hell that was.
That is called being partially non-human.
I suggest you leave this city immediately.
I'll go over and interject into this. I'm sorry, brother. She did not mean disrespect. She's just not
She has
used.
a funny way of showing it.
She's just not used to elven culture as I am.
And he puts his staff down on the ground.
I'm half Genasi. I can't help it.
He looks at you and he
happens.
points and tells you to leave again.
I'm not leaving.
We will gladly leave once our business is done.
She will not remain in this city, or you will all leave.
Fine. And I just walk off.
We're just looking for information for my friend. He's looking for a relative that may live in this city. Do you know a place where we can find information?
To which he also just like looks. He watches as Zameen walks off, but says it depends on what it is that you're looking for, and he starts to then progressively like tell what he was intending to tell Zameen, which was that there are different wards. One of them being the memory ward, and the memory ward basically is this place that contains essentially all the memories of all the elves who have ever lived on Taldore. So they have people there that could try to give information about people who have been here or who have left. There is also the Emerald Citadel itself, which would include, it's kind of a catch-all essentially. It is the castle that I'd mentioned earlier, and it houses dignitaries. It is also the headquarters of the wardens. There are I would say that there are emissaries that are there from Lyrangorn as well as Iman. They may have a little bit of information, but it would be probably Dace might be the only one that would want to try to go in there, because this is like the home of the wardens and basically all of the essential elite of Syngorn. So the rest of you might not get too far as trying to get in there and get any sort of answers. But that's like the where the It's sort of like would be essentially like the Cloud Top district.
Okay.
Sure, we can try our hand.
Yeah. So if you wish to try the keep first, Dace.
Sure, man. I wouldn't mind trying that.
Okay. Astrid Richter, would you care to follow us?
And Dace, as you were going, like you guys were walking through, I assuming that you were essentially in the Tarn ward while you were doing all of this, essentially. And there were a couple of people who thought that they recognized the picture, that they had seen her in some of the inns in the Tarn ward, but you generally wouldn't be able to get much detail until the evening.
I would politely thank them and ask them, for if they knew the name of the inns and whatnot. Of course, speaking to them in Elvish the whole time.
Okay. There were a couple of them that they told you to check out that they had seen. I actually just my whole freaking OneNote just crashed, so I don't actually have them off the top of my head, but I will get them to you for the next game because I'm going to go ahead actually, and we will, as you were going to the Emerald Citadel, we will go ahead and end because it's almost 10:30. So